I think you might be on mute.
I see that. Hey there.
Is that
Like,
better?
Nicholas and Cara, have you been able to hear me at the beginning?
I can hear you fine.
But did you hear the last 2 minutes?
No.
Okay,
Sorry.
no problem. How about
Start
if I-
over.
Let's do a little start over. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Portola Valley Planning Commission for November 2nd, 2022. We are 5 residents, volunteers, your neighbors, working on zoning and rules for the town. We always have a time for residents to make comments at the beginning of our meetings, and these are on topics that are not on our agenda. And our agenda tonight is 2 main things. One, consideration of development agreements in town, and then a study session on zoning code amendments to support the housing element. So if you want to talk on those 2 items, please wait till we get to those items. But if you have other general comments, we'll take those now. And I was about to say, we take comments from people in the room and on Zoom, and I'll just choose different people to talk on. So I see one hand up, Rita on Zoom, go ahead.
Thank you for taking my question. This meeting hasn't happened since the beginning of September. And during that time, the minutes for that meeting, the previous meeting that was in August, were not approved, and they were quite abbreviated, and there was some discussion. So how can we, as residents, find out what has happened, the ones that don't have a couple of hours to watch the video? But it would be nice if we can even have the draft minutes posted on the site, because there are some big things that are happening in our town, our lovely town. But the people that aren't watching the video, or if the video is posted, not seeing the minutes, and the abbreviated minutes really don't do justice to the big items that are being talked about. My second question is the status of the Stanford Wedge DEIR. Comments were sent in by May 13th, 2022, and we were told, and it's still on the website, I just checked, that the final EIR would be available for us in late summer, and now it's almost winter. When will this document be ready for review by the residents? And and it's not just my question, but it's a question for many people. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Rita. And our usual procedure is to collect all the comments and then answer them as best we can after that. Next, oh, go ahead, Bob. Come up to the mic.
Hi, Commission members. Thank you for that close enough.
Check and see.
Yeah, could you talk louder or closer? I feel like I'm not picking it up on the mic.
Can I make it go up? I can slump. My issue is I really have 2, but one of them's on the agenda, so I'm only going to do the first one as you asked. And that is when the development is being looked at for the Nathorst Triangle and Nathorst Street in particular. One of the things that was put out on the forum, but I don't know that it got to the Planning Commission or the council, and that was parking on the street on Nathorst. And it's a 22-foot street. A car is 8 feet wide, so 2 cars you can't get through. And so at least for the first block from Alpine Road to Applewood, we'd ask that be no parking on either side of the street. Once that gets developed, there will be more traffic, and it gets to be a problem. It gets to be a problem even with one row of cars there. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next, let me go to Ellen Vernazza on Zoom.
Hi there. Just a quick question. Well, 2 things. Oh, one, my question is, I know you can't answer yet, but when letters are sent into the Planning Commission, they're not listed apparently on the agenda. How do we know that they've been received or not? That's my question. And the second thing is, well, it had to do with what Bob was just talking about. I had sent in a photo on the letter showing what just one string of cars looks like on Nathorst. And Nathorst is used a lot for hikers, bikers, people with kids, dogs. It's a very, very highly used hiking street. So I really am requesting that there'll be totally no parking allowed on the street if there is development done on Nathorst. That's it. But my question was, what happens to the letters? Thank you.
Next, we have Weng Tam on Zoom.
Hi, good evening, Commissioner. My name is Wing Tam. May I put some comment not in the agenda today?
Yeah, you may make comments now if the topic is not one of our topics on the agenda. So, and the topics today are the development agreements and zoning changes in town to support the housing element. So if you want to
Oh,
make comments about those, we'll take them later. But if you have something else, go ahead now.
Yes, I got something else. It's about our carpenter labor standards. So my name is Wing Tam. I'm from local carpenter union 217. So I'm strongly supporting our union because I've been a union for 20 years. So I hear we have a developer in the areas to build the housing. So hope they can meet our standards. The first thing is local hiring. And then the second thing is support our union apprentices program. So give them an opportunity for build the future and healthcare benefit, not just only me and their family also, and provide the area wages as a prevailing wages. Please make these standards for all the developer to meet these really good standards for everybody. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Christy Corley on Zoom.
Thank you. I also have the same question. I sent a letter today. It was not confirmed received, nor do I know if the commissioners received it. So what I'd like to do is read it now. And I'd appreciate, and I think Ellen would too, and the rest of the residents, a confirmation that you received it. And I ask that it be attached to this packet, and I don't see it here. So if we send in letters, will you be attaching it to packets as Woodside does and some other cities do this, even up till the minute of the meeting? So I'm going to start with planning commissioners. I understand the RHNA housing goal, and at the same time, we want to make our community better rather than worse. Please involve the residents in the development agreements from the beginning of the agreement, not to inform us after the agreement has been finalized. Involve residents early in the agreement details, which are not outlined in this meeting. We have good ideas for the community that we made our home. So this is not part of the later discussion. Here are some examples of items I'd like to include in the development agreement. Inform neighbors 1,000 feet, not 300 feet away, and inform them early. Require trees in parking lots. I think in LA, they require a tree every 4th parking space and green islands. This provides shade, carbon neutral, and helps stormwater management. Number 3, all larger buildings in Portola Valley should have a step back. No large triangle buildings going up 4 stories without stepping back is allowed. Please make this a requirement. Number 4, relocate parking from the road frontages and put parking within or in the back of your parcel plan. Number 5, require 2 professional drawing options for the residents to comment on During the development planning process, allow the residents to visualize the development and weigh in on it. Residents would like to see accurate drawings of developments completed by architects. The architects work with developers, and we should be able to see what it looks like. The residents want to be a part of the process because we live here and we drive these corridors many times a day. With CEQA, this town does not need to exempt CEQA for development. We need to work with our environment and not discard our environment in which we live. Do not bypass CEQA, do not exempt CEQA from development agreements. All residents should be able to comment on all environmental issues, biological, animal, water, soil, stormwater regarding development planning. Please plan housing for our town for 20 years out, not just the next 8-year RHNA cycle. Let's plan together the future, our future community that we call home. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy. That's everyone I see on Zoom. Any more comments in the general section right now? Okay, great, thanks. I think we'll go to agenda item number 1. Do we have a staff presentation, Laura?
Yes, we do. Through the chair, did you want me to briefly answer any of the questions?
Oh,
from oral
yes, I'm
communication?
sorry. Skipped right over that part, didn't I? That would be great.
Okay, there was a question about planning commission minutes being available and the level of detail in the planning commission minutes. In terms of availability, I'm working with our new staff member. We have a new technician on our team to get the website updated and add everything on there. So that's going to be forthcoming. All of the Zoom meetings will also be posted for ASCC and Planning Commission soon within the next couple of weeks, and then they'll be automatically posted for every meeting. In regards to the content of the minutes, I know that numerous planning commissioners have had some conversations with the town manager, and we're continuing to have conversation about the level of detail that's in the minutes. In terms of letters to the Planning Commission, we typically always in the past have bunched the letters to the Planning Commission together and included them in the Planning Commission packet for the topic for which they are upcoming. And then if there's letters that come into us after the packet is distributed, we call those on the dais. From in the old days, we used to sit here in the room and we would make physical copies and we would give them to the planning commissioners in the room. Since we moved to a Zoom format, we bunch those together into a PDF and we send them out to the planning commissioners the afternoon of the meeting. We are working on trying to automate that as well and create it more automatic with the new staff resources that we have to automatically post it to the website. So that should be happening by the next, I think by the next meeting, and I can update everybody on the status of that.
If I could, that's okay. So will they go out with the packet if they get them in by the deadline?
Yes, if we receive the comments before the packet goes out, then they will be included in the packet. We're also working and talking a little bit with the chair about how to provide comments to the Planning Commission that are not directly associated with an agenda item. So we've considered a couple of different options for that, and we'll be implementing that in the next meeting or two.
So if people want to get something in the packet, though, they have to get it in by, what is it, Friday, the Friday deadline?
Yeah, usually it's the Thursday before, depending on
Thursday.
when we're publishing the packet.
Gotcha.
But we're training a new staff member. So this packet, we had just a couple things that were a little bit different than what we normally do, and we'll get it sorted out for the next one.
Right, so we got all your letters in our packet that we got this afternoon, but there were a couple early ones did not make it into the public packet.
Yeah,
Right.
that they were all distributed to the Planning Commission this afternoon.
Right,
Yeah, and some of them ideally should have been in the packet.
right. And they'll, but there'll be a way for the public to see all those, right? Because we just got emails with the letters. How can the-
Yeah, we're gonna go back and post them to the website.
Okay, yeah, great.
And
Thank you.
especially on these topics that are related to the housing element. We're trying to fine tune the way that we post the comments, because as you know, we end up with hundreds of pages. So we're trying to make that a little bit easier for everybody to find and understand.
Sorry. I think I'm good.
Okay. So should we proceed on to the item then?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay.
I know, sorry, I'm working on it.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, Carl.
Okay, great. So I'm Cara Silver, the town attorney, and I'm going to be presenting on a resolution that we are asking you to adopt in connection with setting procedures for development agreements. We're going to talk about the statutory authority and definitions related to development agreements. We're going to talk about what are the community benefits of entering into a development agreement, talk about the content of the proposed policy, and then we'll have a recommendation. Oops. Okay, in terms of the statutory authority, development agreements are authorized by state law, and state law authorizes public agencies, both counties and cities and towns, to enter into development agreements. And state law also allows local agencies to adopt local procedures to supplement the state law, provided those local procedures are consistent with the state law. Development agreements are a term which may be new to some of you. It is another tool in our toolkit of land use implements. And you can have a development agreement that operates as a standalone document. That's unusual. Generally, development agreements supplement the normal entitlement process. So they are approved in connection with your typical conditional use permit or variance or building permit, other types of entitlements that are needed to develop a piece of property. Development agreements are actual contracts, so they are different than your normal land use permit, because generally a land use permit is granted by the legislative body to the applicant, and there is very little ability to negotiate. The development agreement does allow some negotiation. And the agreements, while development agreements are negotiated, they still have to comply with the underlying zoning and general plan governing the property. So what are the community advantages to entering into a development agreement? As I mentioned, it's an alternative land use tool that is sometimes used. I will say that from a developer's perspective, what a development agreement does is vest existing rights to develop a property. And so once those rights are vested, a local agency cannot change the zoning or change the general plan after a development agreement is entered into. So it does have some benefit to a developer as well. However, more recently, some of the state laws that have come into play that really favor developers have made development agreements partially moot, because most of the vesting that has typically been a benefit of a development agreement is now afforded under state law. But there still is an opportunity, I think, for development agreements to be helpful to developers, and they are certainly helpful for communities. The greatest benefit for a community is that development agreements allow greater flexibility in imposing conditions and requirements on proposed projects. And it provides a mechanism for a local agency to receive additional community benefits that are not otherwise available through the traditional zoning process. Generally, under the typical process, if a town is issuing a conditional use permit or an architectural review, if the agency wants to impose a condition that is not related to mitigating the impacts of a proposed project, the agency cannot do that. There has to be some type of nexus associated with that required mitigation measure, some type of nexus to the project to allow for the imposition of that requirement. A development agreement, however, is more flexible and does allow for additional mitigations and conditions and community benefits to be attached to the project. Just a final note that development agreements are subject to referendum. Why should the town adopt a local policy? In the past, we have had a couple of projects, they're older projects, but they have used the state law procedure for the processing of a development agreement. What we are recommending today is that we adopt a local resolution to supplement state law. And that allows us to customize our procedures and to require some additional conditions that are not otherwise available under state law. So turning to the proposed policy, it's attached to your packet as a resolution. The proposed policy, as I mentioned, largely mirrors state law, but it does have some additional local procedures. The resolution governs who is entitled to apply for a development agreement. It requires the applicant to file an application for a development agreement on a town prescribed form. It also allows the planning director to request additional data or reports that are necessary to support the application. It specifies what should be contained in a standard development agreement. Each development agreement is typically customized to the individual project, and so the terms can vary from development agreement to development agreement, but there are certain requirements and best practices that are usually contained in a development agreement, and so the resolution specifies those terms. It also provides that the regulations that are in effect at the time the development agreement is approved would apply to the project. And that's the vesting mechanism that I mentioned earlier. In terms of the process for reviewing a development agreement, what we are recommending is that the Planning Commission conduct an initial public hearing on whether to adopt the development agreement. And this would be a public hearing where the development agreement and all of its terms are presented to the Planning Commission for consideration. The Planning Commission would then provide a recommendation to the Town Council. The Town Council would then have a second hearing on the proposed terms and the recommendations of the Planning Commission, and the Town Council would then decide whether to adopt the agreement. In terms of monitoring, this is an area where there is a variation from the state law. We are proposing that development agreements be reviewed on an annual basis through a public hearing to determine whether the applicant is in compliance with the terms of the development agreement. And then if the Planning Commission determines that the applicant has not complied with some of the terms during that review period, then there is a process that will take place to enforce those terms, and that will involve forwarding a statement to the town council, and then the town council will have the authority to modify the development agreement or even terminate it in a worst case situation. And there would be a public hearing on that decision as well. So with that, our recommendation is to review the development agreement local policy and to adopt a resolution recommending that the town council approve the local policy that is attached as a resolution to your packet. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thanks, Cara. And per our normal procedure, next we have the commissioners ask clarifying questions of Cara, and then we'll open a time for the public to make comments on this specific topic. Who would like to go first? John?
Sure. Hey, Cara, so is the use of something like this completely under our discretion? We could choose to have one or not.
So typically what happens is the applicant will apply for the development agreement, and then the first hearing is before the planning commission. So then the planning commission, if they decide not to issue a development agreement in connection with that project, could make the recommendation to council that one not be used.
So, okay, and I'm wondering, so I'm sort of doing the why didn't we already have this in sort of as one question, and then are there any downsides? This seems like it's just an add-on is the way I'm interpreting it. Why would you respond to those two questions?
Right. We do view it as an add-on. It's a nice to have. We haven't had a lot of large projects in town that have warranted a local policy. You don't need to have a local policy to enter into a development agreement. You can rely on the state law. However, the state law is very basic, and it doesn't allow us to impose additional process requirements without adopting a local resolution. So we just thought that with some larger projects coming forward, the Stanford project is one in particular where we have heard public members talking about certain community benefits that they would like to receive, that a development agreement may be a good mechanism to try to address those issues. Now that the developer may not agree to a development agreement in that situation. So the town, either side could propose a development agreement. The town, in this case, would probably propose to Stanford a development agreement, and Stanford would have to agree to one.
And what did you mean by it would require a referendum?
It doesn't require a referendum. Because a development agreement is a legislative act, once it's approved by the council, it's subject to a referendum. So if the council approved a development agreement for the Stanford Wedge and people didn't like the project, they could file a petition for a referendum.
And I guess the final question I had was, I presume all of our normal requirements in terms of the general plan and notifications of people and whatever environmental review are required, all of that is sort of standard. This doesn't displace any of those, am I correct?
Right, it just supplements all the standard procedures.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. How about if I go to you, Nicholas?
Sure. I have a couple of questions. And that is, can you take us through the process by which a development agreement would be initially negotiated? Is that something, is the initial process something that comes through the Planning Commission, or how does that happen, Cara?
Right. So that's a wonderful question. Again, it varies project by project. When it comes to housing developments, there is a difficulty in having a public hearing specifically for negotiations because it counts towards SB 330's 6 hearing rule. So housing projects now can only have a total of 6 public hearings. And so it would be very difficult to have a couple of hearings dedicated to just the negotiation of development agreements. So typically, I think what would happen in a housing development project, there would be a subcommittee that was assigned. It would either be members of the Planning Commission or members of the town council or both that would negotiate the public benefits. And then it would come to the Planning Commission in connection with all the other entitlements that are attached to the project.
So just so I have it right, a developer or the town might approach a developer and agree that they were going to enter into the process of negotiating a development agreement. And there's probably an agreement to enter into a development agreement or to negotiate one in principle. And then the town manager might work with a portion of the council to establish a subcommittee that would then negotiate it. And then once it's largely negotiated, or perhaps entirely negotiated, both the development agreement and the accompanying CEQA document, assuming there is one, would then come to the Planning Commission, and then we would begin the ordinary hearing process. Is that right?
Right. And it would
Got it.
probably come with the additional entitlements as well as
Sure.
one package.
So it'd be an already negotiated document to evaluate and then to modify as the, as the process takes it.
Right.
That's helpful. In terms of public involvement, I know that we have variously a 300 and 1,000 foot general public notice, and that was something that was raised initially, so I wanted to touch base on that as well. Would those same rules generally apply to a development agreement?
They would. It is possible that once you enter into a development agreement, if there were some changes that were would be contemplated, maybe you could provide a bigger buffer at inside the development agreement for any subsequent changes to the project or to the development agreement. But typically, the normal noticing rules would apply.
It's hard to imagine that if you have a development agreement that you would end up with a 300 foot rather than a 1,000 foot buffer, but that may be something that the planning director might weigh in on. I've got one final question, and that is, can you explain how CEQA works with respect to a development agreement? They know that there was some concern that this might eliminate the or somehow create an end run around CEQA, if I can paraphrase. Does it do that?
No, the project itself is absolutely subject to CEQA. So the project would be the development project. And with a development agreement, sometimes what I have seen is that there are certain community benefits that are separate from the project. So for instance, if the developer were being requested to build, say, an off-site fire station as a community benefit, then CEQA would not only look at the project itself, but would also look at that requested community benefit, which would be the, police or the fire station.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time.
Great, thanks, Nicholas. I'll go to you, Judith.
Sure. Can you give a few examples of the older projects that this would use for in town?
You know, I have seen a couple of projects, and I meant to check that before this meeting, but I don't recall. It might have been Blue Oaks, which was a larger residential subdivision, I believe had a development agreement. But others on the dais that have been here longer may have a better recollection.
No. Okay, we can park that. I'm a little confused how this interrelates with like a CUP process. So for example, we have to make findings, and they're very prescribed findings if it's a CUP. There are references in this proposal to making some findings, but I don't have a good sense of whether they're apples to apples. I didn't have time to go back and check. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, the conditional use permit findings under the zoning code are different than the findings required for a development agreement. A development agreement, the two major findings are that the project is consistent with all of the general plan policies, and that the project is consistent with the underlying zoning code. The findings for conditional use permit are very different.
So it would be one or the other, but not
No,
both.
No, typically. So if the use was a permitted use, let's say, you know, it's in the RE zone and it's a application is for a residential development within the zoning standards. That's a permitted use, and you don't need a conditional use permit for that use to go in. But you could have a development agreement for that project. Now, if it is if the project, let's say it's a retail project that is only that retails can only be permitted as a conditional use. So the applicant would have to go through the conditional use permit process and seek a conditional use permit. And then the development agreement would then accompany the conditional use permit process. So it really is intended to go in tandem with whatever the typical entitlement permits that cover the project
Okay,
are.
thanks. That's a good example. Thank you. So looking at like red page A, the proposed resolution, it says a person having legal or equitable interest. In other words, I'll skip the reading. It doesn't seem to clearly allow the town to initiate the discussion of a development agreement. And yeah, I think I heard that was possible. So can you clarify?
Right. So the formal applicant for a development agreement has to be the property owner. The way we would initiate a process is we could go to a developer and say, and ask them if they would be willing to enter into a development agreement or development agreement negotiations. And if they were willing to do that, then they would file an application. But we can't force them to file an application, and we can't file an application on their behalf.
Okay, that's helpful. So there's a reference in here that if the development agreement's approved, then it's implemented by an ordinance. So I'm a little, like you said, it's a legislative act. It's contract that leads to a legislative change, right? Is that correct?
Right. So it would be an uncodified ordinance typically. And this is a state law requirement. And the reason for this requirement is, as you said, because it's a legislative act and it needs to be subject to a referendum. The people have the right to file a referendum to annul the agreement. And so the typical process for mainly it's ordinances that are subject to a referendum. So that's the process.
Okay, I only have two more questions. You said that the planning commission can recommend to the council, yes, this is a suitable use of a development agreement. What if the planning commission doesn't want to use a development agreement? Can the town council override that?
Yes.
And under an ordinary course CUP or other planning decision, is that also possible?
Yes. All conditional use permits are appealable to the council.
And then last, you said the advantage of adopting this would be that it allows tailoring the process relative to the state approach. Do you have any examples of what in the proposal here is different than the state approach? I couldn't.
Yes. So the application requirements are a little bit more detailed. It allows us to create our own forms and to require additional supplemental information. And this is sort of an evolving area of law where the state has said to public agencies that if you want to collect additional information from a developer in connection with the application, you need to specify exactly what those requirements are. And so they need to be set forth in your application or in your resolution. So we are codifying that practice and taking advantage of the ability to customize our own application for the requirements that we would need to process. Also, the annual review process. Not all development agreements have to be reviewed on an annual basis. We think it's a good best practice, though, for that to be done. The fees, our resolution allows us to collect fees not only for the initial application, but also for the annual reviews that are done every year. I think those are the major issues.
Thank you. That's it.
Great, thanks, Judith. How about you, Craig?
Yeah, I got a couple. So let me just follow up on that last one. So if there are ongoing fees, once you have a development agreement, at some point, does the developer sort of step out of this process, or are they in it for the long haul? Like I'm trying to understand the process. Like if I've got a housing development and I get a development, I mean, eventually I've finished building all my houses and stuff, and there's this development agreement. What happens next?
Right. So they have terms on them. And so, you can have a 10-year period or a 20-year period attached to the development agreement. And the amount of time is really dependent on how much time it takes for the developer to build out the project and how long it will take for the town to receive the benefits that it has negotiated under the contract. So some agreements will last for 30 years because they require some significant infrastructure build out that will take place over time. Other development agreements are very short because, sometimes there's just a trail is built and the project goes forward and there's nothing else to monitor.
Okay, so at the time of the development agreement, the term is determined.
Specified, yes.
Got it. Okay. So then in terms of compliance, if you have a project that has CUP and a development agreement, then you're basically being judged your compliance in two separate ways, the CUP compliance and the development agreement.
Correct.
Most of our CUPs, we built in some mechanism for if you're not in compliance outside of the review period, to basically file a letter with the planning director which could then potentially come to the planning commission depending on the severity of it. Is that same thing true with the development agreement? Like what happens if you're not in compliance outside of this agreement? I mean, does that even make sense in this context, given it's sort of an ongoing thing? I'm just trying to understand if the public were to say, well, wait a minute, you know, the development agreement was sort of X and we think this is way, you know, it's drifted way outside that.
Right.
Do you have to wait a full year before you can do anything, or is there some other process that I'm missing?
Right. That's typically built into the development agreement itself for the project. So it's certainly possible to do an off-cycle review or even do 2 reviews in 1 year.
Okay, yeah, and I guess I was looking more for the exceptional, like we set it up on an annual basis, but then something went badly wrong. It doesn't seem reasonable that we have to wait a year before we can have that review. So you're just saying
Yeah, that's
put
correct.
that in the agreement, or that's just part of, would that be part of the general development agreement process?
It certainly would be in the development agreement itself. There's a notice provision. So if there's a breach of, it's like a contract, if there's a breach of the development agreement, then, you know, there's a process for how to remedy that. And sometimes it's just handled at a staff administrative level. You know, if we wouldn't necessarily, if they forgot to, you know, make 1 monthly payment, you know, we wouldn't set a public hearing in front of the planning commission. We would send them a notice and, you know, try to collect the funds that way.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any more questions, Craig?
No.
That's it. Okay, great. Okay, at this point, I don't have any further questions. My fellow commissioners asked them all. We open it up to the public to give us input. This is input to the commission on this specific topic. And we like to have a 3-minute time limit, but shorter is always okay. Rita on Zoom.
Hi, thank you for taking my comments and questions. With this development agreement, I would have a concern with projects being deemed no impact on the environment and then move forward without CEQA. Will there be resident input when development agreements arise? Is there a whistleblower clause to do a review sooner than a 12-month wait? And how can we guarantee the 1,000-foot notification, since it's not always honored now with just regular building? How will this be different? Also, Attorney Cara mentioned the Stanford Wedge project as an example that might have a future development agreement. Is this something that's being worked on? I didn't get the answer on the status of the Stanford DEIR earlier when I asked. Is that the answer to the status question that I asked? And I understand that Ms. Russell is saying that past documentation is lagging due to a new employee, but I hope with such serious things that we have going on in the town that this particular issue and other issues are posted to make it clear for the residents so that the public does not have to rely and ask questions on the PV forum, because that is really not working for us. So having proper documentation in minutes and, you know, even just from this particular meeting and this topic that may change our town, it's really important to the residents. And for the last meeting and the meeting before that, thank you.
Thanks, Rita. And as usual, we'll collect all the questions and then try to answer them all together. Any more questions from anybody in the room? Wait, will you come up to the microphone, please, on this topic, right?
Rusty Day. I submitted some written comments. I'm not going to repeat those, but I would like to understand the problem that this is designed to address. I've heard benefits for the developers, but what are the benefits for the residents of town? How are we going to benefit from this, particularly since we already have a very well-established tentative map process under our municipal code that ensures that there is adequate review of development projects and participation by the appropriate town committees by the town geologist, by the fire marshal, by the town engineer to get review of these development projects so that the residents are included in this. This process is designed to exclude residents from that process. I don't see how residents are going to be, and the local committees that we have established to look at these things are going to be involved. So I really want to understand what is the problem that this is going to solve and how is this going to benefit? How is this going to make it a better process for residents in town? I understand the benefits for the developer. Second point I'd like to raise is I think the Stanford Wedge project is a good illustration of some of the concerns about what exactly are going to be the standards applied and who's going to be applying them to these development agreements when they come to the Planning Commission. Who's negotiating it and what standards are applied? Who's going to determine whether or not a development project presents a fire hazard? Who's going to determine whether or not a development project poses unacceptable geologic risk? How is that going to get vetted and aired before the development project gets written? And then once the development project is approved as an ordinance, does that ordinance override the other applicable general plan policies and municipal code provisions that apply? Are we effectively creating a process by which we can negotiate a case-by-case revision of our applicable general plan policies and municipal code requirements and embed it into a new ordinance and have it passed after one hearing before the Planning Commission and one hearing before the town council? Is that the new process that we're going to adopt in town? So I would really like to hear what the benefits are for residents of this process. And I would encourage the Planning Commission to ask and probe what are the guardrails that ensure that development projects, before they get approved, before they come to you, are going to be adequately and appropriately scrutinized to make sure that they comply with our policies and ordinances. Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we have Christy Corley on Zoom. On this topic, Christy, please.
Yes, thank you. I would like to see one of the 6 meetings, an input meeting for the residents to have input on the negotiation of what our community would benefit. We all have ideas. We live here. Contractors and planners may not live here. We know what we would like to see from developers if they were to add to our community. So I would propose to develop a citizen group to work on this, as well as your subcommittees, because you're doing a citizen group or a resident helping with the ADU process. My question is, how are you pulling together the residents for development negotiation? Not only that, for the Sunrise to find other lands as well, as you proposed for 2 years. Does this development agreement create better local control? If so, describe in detail. I have listed 5 things in my previous comment. I did think of another, and that being storm drain and enhancements, since we know our storm drains are very much outdated. So we do have good ideas and we'd like to be a part of the process. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Let's see, I see no more hands up, so I'll give Cara, Laura, but probably Cara, a chance to answer some of the questions that came up.
Sure. So there was a question about whether there would be environmental review of the development agreement. The commissioners also asked that question, and there is environmental review of the development agreement. A development agreement is not exempt from CEQA, and so it is subject to full environmental review. There was a question about the status of the Stanford Wedge. project. There are a couple of commissioners here who are conflicted on that project, so I'd rather not get into the details of that particular project. We will separately agendize that discussion. One of the commenters asked, what are the benefits of the development agreement? I did previously put a slide up that talked about the benefits of the development agreement. In general, commenter asked about what problem we were trying to fix. And as my presentation indicated, we're not trying to fix a problem. We currently have the ability to enter into development agreements under state law. We're just trying to enhance the process to allow a bit more flexibility in the application process and in the review of the development agreements if they were to come along. My sense is that there will not be many development agreements in this community, and also in general, the use of this tool is waning because of the other state laws that I mentioned that provide the vested rights for applicants outside of the development agreement process. So there's little incentive for a developer now to enter into a development agreement, but it still is a useful tool, and it may be helpful in some of the projects that may come to Portola Valley. Question about whether a development agreement would override the general plan. Of course, a development agreement can't override a general plan. In terms of the hierarchy, the general plan always prevails, and the development agreement must be consistent with the general plan and with the zoning ordinance and the municipal code. And then finally, a commenter asked about a citizen group to review the community benefits. And I think that's a fabulous idea. That's what many communities do. And we are trying to adjust our processes in light of SB 330. It's really difficult to fold into the hearing limit a robust discussion on all aspects of the project, but the comment is noted, and I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Just a couple of things from me as well. Great. There's a question about the notification, the buffer area. For single family homes that go to ASCC, the notification is 300 feet. For any conditional use permit or planned unit development, anything that falls into the CUP category or larger is 1,000 feet.
Okay, thank you.
So that's our existing policy that I would expect to remain into the future unless we get indication from the council that they'd like us to do otherwise. There was a statement about the minutes being lagging. And if I implied that that was the fault of a new employee, that's not at all what I meant. It's my fault. Full stop. I am one human person, and I've been missing 50% of my management capacity for 6 months while my senior planner has been on maternity leave. So it's not a conspiracy. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm just really tired on the weekends and tired of working on the weekends. And I'm absolutely doing my best. And we have an awesome new person that is learning really quickly and catching us up on some stuff that I literally haven't been able to get to. So not his fault.
Right.
Mine.
Okay, thank you, Laura.
And then the way that I would describe the potential benefits for a community is to think about when we have a development project, there's certain things that are obviously linked to it, right? So like maybe you have the trail right in front of your site. You have the utility undergrounding that's part of your site. But there are going to be cases where the community may ask for things that go above and beyond that, and the applicant is willing to do it. And then that's what we capture in a development agreement. So my personal experience is using development agreement for off-site public improvements. So a bike path that goes way down the street, utility undergrounding along a pedestrian path to get to the site. Those are the types of things where I have seen it used, and it's a companion to all the other entitlements. So it's a chance to capture more community benefits if all the parties are willing to participate. I think this would be a very seldom used tool, but the town attorney and myself are just trying to put all the tools in the toolbox so that the town has the most options about how to go forward and to make sure things are customized to meet the expectations of this community, which, as we discuss often, are not always aligned with the bare bones state law. So that's the intent from my perspective behind this resolution.
That was helpful. Thank you. Good. So
Can I just ask a little bit more clarifying just to get this one closed out? So if I understand it, and I think it was also the commenter's question as well, is our regular process is still a regular process. And this is completely additive to that. It's not going to take away anything from the regular process. Is that the right way to think about it?
That's correct. It's
Okay.
completely additive.
Yeah, and I think that's the important thing here, because it
Yeah.
it sounded like there's some confusion about whether this is a replacement, and it's not. It's just additive. Yeah,
Thank
great. Thank you.
that's good. Okay, great. Okay, now we'll bring it back to the commission for deliberation. Anybody want to volunteer to go first? Let's call on John. Great.
Sure. Well, actually, I thought between the information that was provided ahead of time, Cara's presentation, and all of the commission's questions, that we actually determined that there was really no issue with this at all. Certainly after the fact, anything that came up in the letters and the comments from the public had actually already been dealt with. So I'm comfortable moving forward ahead with this.
Great. Nicholas?
Yeah, I also generally have no issue with moving forward with it. I would ask and for additional clarification, if I may, of the town attorney of what specifically is additive or modified from the state model. Is one of the things where I think there may be some confusion is, and I know that it's been stated, but there is a development agreement process presently in place. And this is the town putting its thumbprint on the process. And if you could tease out for us specifically what those modifications are, that might be helpful by way of clarification. And to the chair, I apologize that we are doing this during deliberation rather than during the clarification.
I don't mind that so much, but I thought Judith asked that question. Is it different from what Judith asked about how this would differ from state version of development agreements?
If that's what she asked, I didn't get the answer that I was looking for. So if it may well be, I'm asking it again, and perhaps the town attorney could provide a little bit more precision.
Yeah, so there are three major differences. One is in the application requirements. The resolution allows us to customize our own application for a development agreement and to require additional documentation that is specific to Portola Valley. The second major difference is that our resolution requires an annual reporting that goes through the Planning Commission. And if there is a if there is a non-compliance, then that reporting will then go up to the town council for a second hearing. So there's a more robust process for the annual reporting. And then third, our resolution allows us to collect fees from the developer for that annual reporting during the whole course of the term of the development agreement.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it. It sounds very similar to what the state requires. We're adding some express provisions that could be built into the development agreement itself, but we're doing it at the front end. Thank you. I've nothing more. I am unconcerned by it.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Nicholas. How about you, Judith?
Yeah, I guess I'm still a little confused because if it were all for us, that would be great, but the developer needs an incentive. And what I heard the incentive for the developer is that once we enter into a development agreement, subsequent changes we might want to make to town zoning cannot apply to the parcel that's subject to the development agreement. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
And then does this change the number of hearings or the process for hearings relative to current process without a development agreement?
I guess it would, because a conditional use permit, if it's not appealed, could be granted by the planning commission. If a project required a conditional use permit and a development agreement, then an additional hearing in front of the town council would also be required. So in that sense, it increases the number of hearings.
Okay.
But is that included in the 6 of SB 330?
Yes, it is. And I may have misspoke. SB 330 requires 5 hearings, not 6. There's a limit of 5.
Okay, so there's a potential trade-off there between more public input in a hearing and using a development agreement and having the town council take up one of those slots. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I understand wanting more benefits, but as you say, I just don't see this being something developers are gonna really be enamored of. I'm not sure what would motivate them now, since state law becomes so favorable to developers. So, and to be honest, I wasn't expecting this to come up at this point in time when we're wading through so much else. I appreciate the fact that this is a useful tool or is another tool. But I am a little worried that if we want to do something else in town to change zoning in the future, we can't do that once a development agreement is in there. That I don't know the implications of that. It's not that I think it's wrong and that the benefits may outweigh the detriments. I just don't feel today I have quite enough comfort around that. So I think it seems like a big change. I think in practice, I'm hearing it shouldn't be perceived that way. And I do think I want to make sure that we are not circumscribing the chance for the public to have input. So I'm concerned about that piece of it. I'd love the benefit, but I do think we are going to give something up by implementing it. So. Okay.
Yeah, so I like the fact it's additive, but I'm, along with Judith, I'm struggling to understand if it's a benefit to us. Like, I mean, why does a developer say, I'll build a fire station for you? Like, I mean, why would you do that? Why would you spend more money building a fire station? Presumably it's so you can get your project approved somehow. And are we saying that without it, but given they don't have to enter it, like, I guess what I'm struggling with is if they don't enter a development agreement, could you say, well, we're going to deny your project? Right? Do you see what I'm after? Is I'm trying to understand this concept of there's benefit to us. I get that. I don't really get the benefit to the developer other than they're being good citizens. But boy, that seems like a pretty small thing for potentially unintended consequences. So I get the tool part, but I always worry, my thing is unintended consequences, but down the road, somehow something we didn't expect happened. So can you help me understand that? And I don't know if this is Cara or Laura, but Laura, you were sort of giving that example of the fire station, which I think was a good one. I mean, I appreciate that, particularly off-site, that makes sense to me. I just don't understand why did developers do that?
Developers do it for different reasons depending on the context. And so developers might do it for a longer phasing period than a city or town might be willing to allow otherwise. That's common. They might do it to reduce uncertainty for future stages. And so one of the big deterrents to especially housing development is the uncertainty that developers face. And that's a lot of the laws that we've seen changed have been to reduce the uncertainty for developers. And so if you have a contract that's in the form of a legal contract that's entered into by both parties, it creates certainty for that applicant to be able to either phase the project differently or know that certain rules are locked in or know that certain fees are locked in, because those things would all be prescribed in the development agreement. And so that, in my experience, is why people enter into it. They also enter into it if they're trying to develop long-term relationships with communities, if they're trying to be good partners, and if they're trying to address public concerns that come up that are outside of the scope of the findings for approval for the project. So residents may say, I'm really worried about this thing. It's a big deal to us. And then the planning commission says, I hear you, but it's not connected to the findings. Then maybe the applicant will go back and say, that's not a bad idea. We'll do that. And you capture that thing in a development agreement because there's no other net to capture it. I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah, no, that helps some. I would have thought some of that stuff would have been captured once you get your CUP and other stuff, but you're saying that this gives a developer more surety in their project. I mean, once this is in place.
Yeah, it sets expectations for the parties. That's one of the ways that I think about it. For timing, for fees, for cost, for codes. It makes sure that everyone knows upfront what the rules are going to be for all the parties.
And is that different than would happen if you didn't have the development agreement? I mean, again, I'm still just trying to make sure I understand, like, do we change fees midstream? I would have thought once you file for your permit, you've paid your fees, you've kind of paid them, but you're saying that that's not necessarily the case?
No, certain rights vest and others don't. And it's
Okay.
a very complex web now, especially the way with the state laws have changed. And so to me, this could create some assurance to all the parties about what to expect in the future.
Okay, so the benefit, I think what I'm hearing you say is the benefit to the developer is potentially locking in the deal.
Yes, that's a way of phrasing it,
Yeah,
certainly.
okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking for, is I just need to see that there's some benefit to the developer. Otherwise, I believe people sort of work in their own self-interest. I was just trying to figure out the developer's self-interest here. So, okay. Yeah, I think I'm generally okay with it. I mean, it does feel additive to me. It'll be interesting to see if we actually use it, but that's a different issue.
Yeah, and to me, I think it's important to remember the things that are before you in this resolution are only the things that Cara pointed out that are additive to state law. The construct of development agreements already exists. We're not adding the ability to do development agreements. We're adding the customization.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
development
And that's a good point. So thank you.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Go ahead, Nicholas.
Maybe this is to the town attorney or the planning director. In the affordable housing context, would a development agreement be important if we were doing a public-private partnership with an affordable housing nonprofit, for example, on land that the town presently owns? Or if there was going to be a donation of, or the use of housing trust funds that the town has?
I think that it's certainly one of the tools that we would consider for such a project. There may be additional tools, but that would seem like a very logical tool to use.
Can you please describe how that might be used and how that might work?
Sure. So that would, I think that we would have a list of, well, actually it's pretty complicated. So I don't know that I can.
I think you're on the right track. So for example, if the town wanted to see certain outcomes with respect to the project, those could be memorialized in a flexible tool like a development agreement, particularly where the town was providing some additional incentive. So the town would be in a position to better control and shape what the development might look like. And the one convenient tool through which to do that, that has lots of flexibility, is a development agreement. Is that right?
Right. And it could describe the project. It could, say how many stories the project is going to be, and what the use of the project is going to be, and should there be some community space, and how is that space going to be open to the public, et cetera. So all of the requirements related to the project could be memorialized in the development agreement. And then the benefits that the developer would be providing would be the long-term affordability, and that could be specified, the the number of years that the unit should be affordable, the income levels, all of those details can be memorialized in the agreement.
So it's helpful in a complex, so multi-dimensional land use project, and it's also helpful in a long-lasting build out where issues of certainty will be particularly important for the developer, for example. And this process that we're proposing is a process that's already established under state law. And there are 3 separate buckets where there are some modifications that the town wants to see to tailor it to the town's needs, which you've gone through now twice. Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I had a follow-on question, if that okay, Chair? So this was related to Judith and Craig. So it was my impression that many times when the project is approved, that's when things are set. So for instance, our fire code, it's what applies at the time it was approved. Wouldn't that also apply to zoning? I mean, it would be, if we've approved the project, then are we really capable of going back after the fact? Like it was proposed that maybe this would be some mechanism, new mechanism to be able to do that. And I'm thinking this doesn't change anything about what we can or cannot do after a project's approved.
It could change things if it was a complex or phased project. So maybe I'm completely making something up. This is not a real project in town. Maybe someone had a larger piece of property and they wanted to do a subdivision to that property at one point, and they wanted to develop a portion of it at one point, and then come 3 or 5 years later and develop another portion of it. And they wanted to know in that later phase, what were the zoning requirements going to be? That would be an example of that. So we would be approving the first phase, and normally your entitlements would run out of time. They would be time limited by a certain number of years. And so that could create, in a very complex project, more reassurance. So that case, it could be possible.
But we would know that at the time of we approved it, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
One last question.
Go ahead, but
One
I
of the
would like to get this wrapped up.
One of the ramifications of non-compliance is termination. But if most of the development agreement inures to the benefit of the community, what's the remedy? Can you bring contractual damages, Kara, or special enforcement? Is there any difference in remedies between the development agreement and a failure to comply with a CUP, for example?
Tara, we can't hear you.
Yeah, it's contextual. Typically, those are spelled out in the development agreement for the project. It depends on the term of the agreement and what are the types of breaches that you are concerned about, et cetera.
Okay, but and last point to clear that out, our proposed recommendation here does not change the fact that today you can enter into a development agreement and guarantee no change to zoning, for example, for a project that already exists. It's not being first time implemented here.
Yes, that's a very important point. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then for me, just to summarize my thoughts, I'm definitely okay with this. It seems additive. The planning commission and the town council at the time do not have to enter into any development agreement. It's just an additional tool. So I am fine with it.
I move that we adopt the resolution as written on page 6, recommending approval for establishing procedures and requirements for the consideration of development agreements.
Do we have a second?
I will second that.
Great. Any further discussion among us?
So while I'm generally supportive of trying to simplify and tailor, I still am concerned that implementation is going to increase use of development agreements. That may be the right outcome in the long run. But my main concern is constraining the public input and the public discussion that's available. So I think I'm in the minority here, and that's totally fine, but that's just for the record. I understand and appreciate the goal. I'm just too concerned about the other side to be aligned.
You take a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Commissioner Taylor,
Aye.
Commissioner Tard,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskell,
No.
Vice Chair Golden,
Aye.
Chair Kopsell.
Aye. Great, that wraps up that topic, right?
Yes, so the motion passes 4-1.
Okay, good. Okay, on to item 2. I think this is why we have people that have come to our meeting. So we're working on the zoning in support of the housing element. And I just want to say to everyone, some of you have heard me say this before, but this process, we really are making the sausage, and it really is just in front of everybody. Our process on all topics is we brainstorm, collect info, get drafts, brainstorm some more, get more input, talk about it some more, revise things. We are at the beginning of some of the topics. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago that covered some of the zoning, but some of it that we talk about today is going to be, kind of first time things are on paper for us to study. We're going to make no decision today. There are still multiple meetings to come because these are complex topics. But we're glad you're all here. So as usual, we'll start with a staff presentation. Then the commissioners will ask the staff clarifying questions. Then we'll open it up to the public. Then we'll go back to deliberation among the commissioners. Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Planning Commission, folks out in Zoom, people in the room. It's so nice to be in the room together again. If you don't know me, I'm Laura Russell. I'm the Planning and Building Director, and I'm joined by several members of our consultant team as well from Urban Planning Partners and Lisa Weiss Consultants. So this is part 2 of the sausage making for implementation of zoning for the housing element. So the chair just mentioned this, but our normal, I'm sorry, something looks weird to me over here. There's a weird box that's showing that says move this. I don't know what that means. We joke all the time about the ghost, but
yeah.
I didn't know the ghost was in this building. Please move this window away. How would we do that?
Move it. That could be dangerous.
This is very strange. We'll take suggestions. Anyone?
Oh, no.
Oh, and it's perfectly readable on this,
Yeah.
this slide. So is it,
Well, we're just gonna roll with it.
Yeah,
folks.
okay, I'm with it.
Sorry, that's weird.
sometimes the sausage gets a glitch in it and we're just gonna have to eat it.
Okay, well, here we go. So as the chair mentioned, this is our normal format, and it's the same for study sessions. This staff presentation, commission questions for staff and the consultants, public comments, and then commission discussion. So the purpose of the meeting is a study session. There's not going to be any final decisions made. So this is about questions and discussion. So what we're going to talk about is the review approach that we're proposing for codification, so formalization of the affiliated housing program, the voluntary upzoning program, also known as the opt-in program. And then we're going to further discuss the 3 new zoning districts that were talked about 2 weeks ago. And we're going to receive comments from the Planning Commission so we can allow this process to continue. And then looking ahead, this is an iterative process. These are the tentative upcoming meetings on the housing element. So this meeting we're in right now about zoning concepts. To be determined very quickly, probably tomorrow, and housing element committee is going to meet to review the comments from HCD, that's Housing and Community Development from the state, on our draft housing element. Then on November 16th, the Planning Commission will meet on the CEQA document, California Environmental Quality Act, to look at the initial study and mitigated negative declaration. That's an opportunity for members of the public to provide comments into the formal process through this body. Then on November 30th, all aspects of the housing element work that's been completed so far. December 7th, again, continuing and building and so that we bring all the pieces together, all elements of the housing element work. And then December 13th, we anticipate having a formal recommendation from the Planning Commission up to the Town Council. For background, in case anyone is new to this process, the housing element is part of the general plan. It identifies policies and programs to meet the housing needs of the town for now and into the future. It's now updated every 8 years under state law. And this time period is called the 6th cycle, and it covers 2023 to 2031. As a reminder, this is our RENA with the number of units that we're required to plan for, 253 across different income categories. So this table illustrates the parts of the housing element that are on the left-hand side and the proposed action on the right-hand side. And so these are the things that are in the draft housing element that are online and available for everybody to read. And one of those things was to create a new voluntary upzoning program. And so we have recommendations on how that could be implemented. And then the second one, 1-4, is related to the affiliated housing program. And so we're going to talk about some high-level ideas about how to implement the affiliated housing program for the Planning Commission and public's feedback. So talking first in detail about the affiliated housing program, this is building on an existing program that's been in the town's housing element for at least 2 cycles. Some of you are familiar with that history. What staff and the team are proposing is to create a combining district. And what we would do here is the purpose of doing this is to establish incentives for locally based institutions and employers to build housing for their employees, encourage private sector development of housing at mixed affordability levels, and encourage people with strong connections to the community to continue to live and work in town. The Housing Element Committee was supportive of maintaining this program in the housing element, largely based on this rationale. So the current program exists within the housing element itself. It is not included in the municipal code. And so our proposed approach is to create a new combining district that's also called an overlay district. And the initial members of that overlay district would be the people, the organizations that are currently in the housing element as affiliated housing partners. And that would be the Priory, Sequoias, and Stanford. And then the new ones to be added with this housing element would be Ladera Church, Christ Church over here on this side of Town Center, and the town itself. The Town Council has already voted to include Ladera Church and the town into the program. So all of this would formalize it. And then Christ Church would also be included as they indicated their interest through the housing element development process. We would amend the town zoning map if there was consensus around this idea to include these sites into the combining district. And then in the future, if there's other interested businesses or institutions that wanted to join, they would need to apply to be included in the combining district. So they would apply to be in this overlay zone. And that would require a recommendation from the planning commission and approval by council. So a whole public process that would normally be included in a zoning map amendment. The program members could apply to planning commission for what we're calling a master plan, and that would be implemented through a conditional use permit process. Then the ASCC would review the details of each project. So this outline follows the basic process that the Priory School has used successfully for over 10 years and allows projects to be phased and allows them to be customized for their individual sites. So this is the kind of outline of the zoning title that you've seen before, where we're just highlighting the sections that we're talking about changing. Okay, so in terms of applicability for this program, any owner of a parcel that's used primarily for employment, so for businesses, or for a locally based institution, such as the religious institutions or the schools, would be eligible to apply for the affiliated housing combining district designation. And that would go through the rezoning action, as I mentioned. So the municipal code already has a section 18.74 that talks about how amendments and reclassifications would be done, and it would be done in that same manner. In terms of the CUP, conditional use permit, review and approval, a CUP could be required for all of those affiliated housing projects. It could utilize the provisions of the combining district in accordance with the chapter that we already have about CUP. So we're just cross-referencing to our existing CUP language. The application requirements could be consistent with the CUP ones that are already in the code. And a question here in orange for the Planning Commission is, do you think that there should be any special requirements for an affiliated housing master plan? Furthermore, the draft that you have in front of you says that the findings would also be those that are required for a conditional use permit. So the findings that you are familiar with that are already in the code. And then we're asking a question, should there be any special findings for approval of an affiliated housing master plan? In terms of approval, the process would be the same as what's listed in the code right now for a CUP. There's a section as well on required conditions. And this is where we were trying to codify some of the concepts for the Planning Commission to consider. The idea here is for the units to be offered first to employees of an affiliated institution or employer, and next to people who live and work in Portola Valley. Always when we talk about local preference programs, we have to give the caveat that these have to be very carefully constructed to comply with fair housing laws and to make sure that there's not any discriminatory practices that are part of that. But the concept here would be to continue to try to serve the local workforce. We've outlined a proposed density for the specific sites, which is included in the staff report and in the draft ordinance that's with your staff report. And so there's specific sites that have a density that would be additive, that would be added on top of what their existing conditions are. And then we have a proposed maximum density of 6 dwelling units per acre for other sites. And as we were working through this, we thought about different options and different things for you to consider. And so this whole area is one of those examples of, this is just for discussion. These are not necessarily, firm staff recommendations, but to kind of get the thinking started. There's also the potential to go up to a maximum, for example, of 20 dwelling units per acre with a conditional use permit if there was a very high percentage of affordable units. And so what might be an appropriate percentage of affordable units? Is the Planning Commission interested in those higher numbers, and what might be acceptable? Then related to development standards, the way that we've laid it out is the development standards would apply that are newly created for one of the new multifamily districts. So as we talked about 2 weeks ago, we have the new RMF4 or RMF20, and whichever one was most similar according to the density would apply to that site. But another thing for the Planning Commission to consider is whether the Planning Commission should be able to grant exceptions with the master plan. And this would be following the example of the Priory, where their floor area, impervious surface, all those types of development standards are set within the master plan. So this is a question in the area that we would like to receive Planning Commission feedback on. Then in terms of design standards, This is a new section of the code, you might recall from 2 weeks ago, that will be drafted in the next phase of this process. So it's kind of specific objective style standards that would apply to these projects. And we're just referencing to say, when those standards are adopted, those would apply as well. So I'm going to shift now and talk about the voluntary upzoning program, also known as opt-in. I can't believe this little window is still here that says move this window away. Wow. Okay, so in terms of the big picture approach for this, our technical team thought about this quite a bit in the feedback we received from the council, from the commission, from the public. What are the technical tools that we might use to implement this? And what we landed on as our recommendation as a starting point is to add additional details into the housing element itself instead of putting it into the municipal code. And we see value in this because it could have functioning kind of like a pilot program where it's just a special program in the housing element. And it has, in this case, a clear ending, which is the development of 12 units. So we thought that this was a way to address some of the concerns about what would happen in the future while preserving the council's interest in maintaining the program in the housing element. So the eligibility comes from the housing element. So you've seen this language before. So any site 1 acre or greater could develop up to 4 dwelling units per acre. What the council changed is to have a maximum of 4 per lot. So the initial discussion, if everyone remembers back a ways, there was discussion about 6 units per acre, and then it went down to 4 units per acre. And then the council changed it to 4 units per acre with a maximum of 4 per property. These bullet points are the same ones that have been in the housing element for a while, a couple of drafts back. But if you're new to this, you would not be eligible if you only had 1 way in or out. So you have to have 2 points of ingress or egress, grade less than 30%. And this is for safety related to slopes as well as fire safety. Outside of their very high fire hazard severity zone, as may be mapped in the future with future maps that we anticipate being implemented, outside of a fault zone, and outside of the areas with unstable soils, risks of landslide or liquefaction. And so this map that we provided was a map that we created just for analysis. So this map does not represent proposals, but we were just mapping to try to see how many properties are in town that are greater than 1 acre that do not have any of those constraints. So that's what's showing in purple. You'll see some of them, it's like the school, the frog pond, the priory. So some of them are obvious no's, but it just kind of gives you a sense of about the number of parcels we're talking about that are completely free of constraints. When we go into implementation of this, however, there might be properties that have a tiny little corner, for example, that is, more than 30% slope, or there might be a section that has, 1 little issue with it. And so in terms of implementation of this, it would need a little bit more development. Do you have to have 0 constraints in order to qualify? Or is there some discretionary aspect of that? So when we went to town council to talk about this, the feedback that we received is that since different sites in town are so variable, they're so different, it was important to maintain flexibility on the types of unit to best fit the site. So the way that I would describe this is they were not interested in prescribing, for example, it had to be duplexes, or it couldn't be duplexes, or it had to be 4 units in 1 building. They wanted to create the opportunity for projects to be designed with the type of units that fit best into that context. So keeping that in mind, that's one of the reasons we thought about this kind of as a pilot program in the housing element to see how it works. A potential process for the Planning Commission to consider would be similar to that of a conditional use permit, including a discretionary review by the Planning Commission. So when the Planning Commission talked about this before, we talked about a little bit different version of this when we were looking at the housing element. We talked about something that would not truly be discretionary, that the Planning Commission would only look at that criteria, that safety criteria, and if the project met the safety criteria, then that site would be incorporated into the program. based on the feedback that we received from the Planning Commission, concerns from the public along the way, this is a much more conservative approach. And so we're presenting it just for your consideration and discussion. This is not, again, necessarily a recommendation by staff. But an option would be to have the same findings as a conditional use permit, or special findings could be made. And then the ASCC could review for compliance with those design standards that we've been talking about. So question for the Planning Commission is a CUP process a good approach? The Planning Commission has considered different options along the way in its discussion. And I know you've heard a lot from the public on this topic in the past. So hoping you can draw on all of that past thought that you've put into this to provide some recommendations to us. Okay, then I'm going to turn to the Planning Commission comments from the draft zoning part 1. And so this is kind of a recap of what you talked about on October 19th. And if you want to add anything to this, please do so. This is just some of the highlights. So we had a preliminary discussion on the proposed new zoning districts and those standards. The Planning Commission requested that the proposed code language be annotated in different ways to try to provide additional information, context, understanding better which things come directly from state law, and trying to compare them to either the existing districts or surrounding districts. So we've tried to provide that annotation for you. Attachment 3 includes the comparison. Planning Commission requested additional materials related to state density bonus law. We're working on those materials now, and we're going to do a little bit more modeling for you. And so those will be presented at an upcoming meeting. And then there were concerns from the public related to the proposed mixed use district and which conditional uses would be allowed. So we updated the draft code outline, and that's in attachment 2 to the staff report. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit more detail in just a minute. So this is a table you've seen before. It refers to the housing element programs and then how we're proposing to implement them in the creation of the new zoning districts. And the same thing that we're kind of using throughout, we're just highlighting which sections of the code we're proposing to change. In gray are all the sections of the code that do not change with this process. So this is a recap for anyone who's new to the conversation. There's a proposal for multifamily residential zoning districts. There's 2 versions of those that are being proposed. One would allow 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre, and the second would allow 10 to 20 dwelling units per acre. And both districts include the basic development standards that we looked at last time. You'll recall from the last conversation that we put the big table up on the screen, and we've got that in PowerPoint slides if it would help at any point for the Planning Commission. So reminder, these are the sites that we're looking at for that. It's the Glen Oaks property along Alpine, and then 4394 Alpine Road. And turning to the mixed use district, same thing. We're talking about adding the mixed use. And that would allow for mixed use residential development between 4 and 6 dwelling units per acre. It's limited to 1 site at 4370 Alpine Road. It's that housing site in the housing element. And the housing element specifically says it would be allowed to be up to 100% of building floor area could be dedicated to residential. And again, we have basic development standards and that table if you'd like to look at them again. This only applies to 4370, so that's that 1 site on the corner of Nathorst and Alpine. So we talked quite a bit at the last meeting about the mixed use district and the conditional uses allowed therein. So based on the October 19th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting and the concerns that were received from the public, staff's recommendation is to, in this district, use the conditional uses that are within the AP zone instead of the conditional uses in the CC zone. So what's in the staff packet is the CC conditional uses are out. So all of these that are listed here that got a lot of concern last time are removed, and the AP conditional uses are proposed instead. So this is a lot on 1 slide, but it's also on red page 28, and it's also coming directly from the code with 1 strikeout. So these are the proposed in the packet now, mixed use district conditional uses. So they come directly from the AP zoning that's in place today. So it would be taking what's already in place right now and applying it to the same site into the future. So A is uses permitted by section 1836020. And this is a section of the code that I have here if people have questions, but it's the uses that are allowed in every district. And it just says like, you know, you can have a utilities there. It's very basic. So if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. And then the important things here are the focus on administrative and professional offices, medical and dental, physical therapy, fitness training, veterinary, real estate, insurance. And then down at the bottom, residential care facilities that are 7 or more, because we discussed 6 or less are regulated by state law. And then any other use determined by the Planning Commission as being of the same character. Number H in our code is a cross-reference to the uses that are in CC, which would not apply the way that we're using it here, but we crossed it out just for clarity. So everybody knows those uses would not apply. Okay, so this is a diagram. It is just a sketch. And I know that it's hard to read, but we'll get it out to everybody in different formats so everybody can see it. But we had the benefit, I had the benefit of meeting with the property owners from the site that has the mixed use zoning proposed. And I'm going to use, because this is a sketch, I'm going to use the mouse to kind of help. Over here on this side is like the parking lot. And this is Alpine Road over on this side. And then over here is Nathorst. And so this is kind of cut off. Y'all know that this goes like into a triangle up here at the corner. So these are the existing office buildings that in this scenario would be proposed to remain. And then these are, again, very conceptual residential units that are clustered in the rear part of the property. And this is the seasonal creeker waterway that goes through the site right now. And so we had this discussion this afternoon and the property owners are here and I think would like to give public comment this evening. And so we wanted to make sure that they were aware of what was going on here and had started to think through the proposed standards and how they might apply to them. And so they're gonna give a few remarks in the public comments, but I wanted to share this because the Planning Commission has expressed that it's difficult to think through what might be possible. So here's some things that I think about when I look at this that might help kind of create a framework for other people. So the way that the code is written for you to think about is the floor area for the existing office buildings would stay the same as it is in today's code. So the ability to develop additional office space, AP uses on this site would not go up with the mixed use zoning. It would stay the same, but it just allows them to add residential on top of the existing floor area that they have for office. So in this scenario, if this were to be developed and approved through the whole process, and it was found to be compliant, then this site would be built out. Because then you might have a tiny bit of floor area left for office, but it would be essentially used and we would analyze that. And then the residential capacity would be used at the back. And so if it developed in this way, then it would basically have reached its maximum development potential underneath the draft code. So this is a way to think about the site. The property owners have said that I could share it with the Planning Commission and the community tonight to try to shed some light on some of the options and provide a framework for thinking about it. And they recognize that they shared with me that there will be questions and comments from neighbors, and they express that they're happy to engage in that conversation. So hopefully this helps to think through how the code may be applied with a real life example. So now this is a summary of the type of Planning Commission feedback that we would appreciate receiving this evening. Related to affiliated housing, what do you think about the overall approach to codify it in the municipal code? Do you think there should be special application requirements or special findings for approval? If 20 dwelling units per acre were allowed with a conditional use permit, what percentage should be affordable? What do you think about that? This is something that's created with the zoning. It doesn't have to be implemented that way. Should the planning commission be able to grant exceptions to the development standards with the master plan, similar to what Priory has done? We have heard from both the Sequoias and Ladera Church that they may need some types of accommodations in order to make affordable housing projects work on those sites because of scenic corridor topography, site constraints, seismic constraints. So this is something that we have heard that may be a good way to approach some of those challenges. Then on voluntary upzoning, also called opt-in, what do you think about that overall approach about leaving it in the housing element and thinking of it as a program there instead of being in the code? And what do you think about a conditional use process to bring sites into the program with ASCC then reviewing the specific design? On the mixed use zone, what do you think about the changes to the conditional uses? And now that you've had a chance to think a little bit more about some of the development standards, do you have other feedback on the new zones that we could kind of carry with us as we continue to work on this? So me and the technical team are happy to try to answer any questions. This is such a complex area that all of your feedback is helpful as we go back and think about it and work on it. So these are the main questions that we have for you. And next steps, we have the long series of meetings that I described earlier. We will be here in this room most Wednesdays for the next 6 weeks. You are welcome to join us
Hopefully
in
you
person
do.
or over Zoom. Once the Planning Commission provides recommendations on all the zoning code amendments, then the town council will review the entire package related to the housing element, and that will be in January 2023. People have asked me, and I think it's nice to provide clarity to people where we can. Which bodies will be reviewing what when, and the town has a big election coming up. And so this planning commission that is currently seated will review all aspects of the housing element and zoning and be completed by mid-December. The new town council, whoever that may be, will take the actions on the final approval of that whole package. So then after all of that happens in early 2023, there's a few more things that we're going to have to do on design that we're putting off for now, because this is certainly enough for this town to handle at this point. So we'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Laura, you and I talked about talking about the builder's remedies penalties, which are driving us or me and you, I think, on these timelines. Did you want to say anything about that, or shall I talk about the news?
Yes, I will try to do it in what I hope are kind of layman's terms. Makara can also chime in on this. And this is an area that's continuing to develop. So if anyone is new to this, it's worth it to read some of the news articles. Just Google builder's remedy. Santa Monica, Redondo Beach, other places, there's starting to be a lot of media around this. There's an older law that's been around for a long time called the Housing Accountability Act. And people are taking some different, more aggressive interpretations of that than we've ever seen before. And what it means in the simplest terms that I am struggling to understand is that when a city or a town doesn't have a compliant housing element in place, then applicants may have a free pass window where developers could come in and apply for things that are not consistent with the general plan or the zoning because they do not have a housing element in place. And so all of our colleagues, my colleagues and Kara's colleagues, are all talking about this a lot. There's a big regional meeting that we're going to have on Monday to get everybody else's kind of best practices and interpretations. And right now, as your planning director, my best recommendation is to continue on this expedited path to protect us to the maximum extent possible from the chance of someone coming in with a builder's remedy and building something much larger, much taller, and much more intensive. than the community would want to see. So I'll hand it to Cara to add any more technical or legal comments to that.
Yeah, I would just add a couple things. First of all, in terms of being compliant with the housing element law, that the point that triggers a builder's remedy is twofold. Number one, if a town submits their housing element late, that could trigger a builder's remedy application. Or if the town has adopted a housing element that is not in substantial compliance with state law, that could also trigger a builder's remedy application. The other point about builder's remedy is that the project that needs to be proposed, even though it doesn't have to comply with existing zoning or general plan policies, it does have to have either 20% of the units need to be affordable to lower income households, or 100% of the units need to be affordable to moderate income households. That's a limitation in using the builder's remedy. And the evolving issue that people are really wrestling with is whether a builder's remedy application is subject to CEQA. Generally, CEQA only applies to discretionary projects, but if a builder's remedy project comes in and the town is required to approve it, the argument is that no longer is a discretionary project. So how do you apply CEQA? And that's really the issue that everyone is struggling with at this point.
Great, thanks you all. I just wanted that context. The Planning Commission usually does not work at this breakneck speed and meetings every week. We like the time to think about things and get it really perfect, but we're under the gun, and the builder's remedies projects could be quite out of character with the town. So we are trying to do at least the high level. Well, the housing element is already a proposal, but the zoning that goes with that to keep us or get us into compliance. And the dates, we feel like we have to finish mid-December, then the town council can review it in January, but the people that are eager to use builders remedies are gearing up for February 1st. So it's from just a resident reading the news. It's a little worrisome. Okay, now we can ask questions of the staff.
I was gonna request a 5-minute restroom break
Oh,
before we launch into the next.
I think every 2 hours is
every
fair.
2 hours
hours
is
is fair,
reasonable.
okay.
We are under a tight deadline, you guys. 2 minutes in the restroom. Okay, no, 5 minutes and we'll be back. Great. Welcome back, everyone. We can go till midnight now. That was a joke, 11.
Same 2-hour rule applies.
You haven't been drinking much the next 3 hours. Okay, questions for the staff from us resident commissioners? You want to start, Craig?
Sure, I've only got a couple. So on the opt-in, the voluntary opt-in, the way it sort of got recast, how's it different than SB 9?
There was discussion about this. This is from memory. But the discussion about this was trying to create a process that would have flexibility so that the town could get a result that was more desirable than SB 9. And for example, would be different setback requirements. Would, like, if you could have more floor area if you complied with the local setbacks, for example. And there was discussion about this, like, should it just be SB 9, right? Should we just do that? But the way I understood it and again, this is from memory, is that there was interest in trying something that was like a little bit different take on SB9 to see if people would participate in that and do it that way instead of going through the SB9 process, which was written to be pretty limited, very constrained on what people would be able to do.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, I know when we originally, at Planning Commission talked about it, we had much more the idea that, you know, we would get like 3 different applicants and we'd be able to sort of vet them sort of, I'll say simultaneously, but that's sort of too strong, but you know, that we'd see some different projects and be sort of choosing among them. This has sort of been modified to, we have discretion as they come through to us, which could be a good thing. And I was just trying to understand the benefits to a resident that wanted to do this. And what you're saying is they've got a little bit more flexibility than they might get if they went through an SB9 approach. Is that the right
Yes.
way to think about it? Okay, great. And then on the new affiliate partners like Ladera and Christchurch, are we going to use this proposed process to incorporate them into the affiliate partners? I mean, is there going to be, I guess the question I'm asking is there any kind of public hearing for the new affiliate partners that we don't have today before they become affiliate partners? Are they going to just get swept into this sort of new housing element?
This housing element process is the process to add them. There will not be a separate process to add Ladera Church, Christchurch, and the town itself. So the town council has already give direction to add Ladera Church and the town. So we're formalizing that. And then the new thing is adding Christchurch. So it would be, it's part of this process.
Okay, so if people have comments, if the public has comments, this housing element discussion is the time for them to comment on the affiliate partners as well.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then the last one was just, obviously we won't have it tonight, but I think it would be useful when we start talking about special requirements for the master plan and master plan findings. It'd be interesting to go back and review like the Priory. That's sort of our best example of a master plan to see like, you know, what was special about it? What kind of findings might we want to have when we look at it? So I would find that really useful as prototype is too strong a word, but as an example that we could look at. Because do we have any other examples in town that already exist that would be similar to this?
No. there
Yeah.
are no
So
other examples.
right. Yeah. So that would be a great example because it would be much easier for me to think about your questions in the context of something a little more concrete. That's it for me. Thank you.
Great. How about you, Judith?
And we're asking questions about all of the above, right? Okay.
Yeah, everything in the zoning, yeah.
I should know this, Laura, but combining district versus overlay. I'm a little confused on the terminology. Is this a district that isn't contiguous? That, like, why that terminology?
So our code uses the term combining district. It's also called an overlay district in other communities. And it doesn't have to be contiguous. Overlay districts can be used for things like affordable housing, for historic resources, for environmental reasons, for safety reasons. So we have combining districts that already exist in town that are related to how we analyze slope and some other things. So we're just using that concept here again.
But if it's an overlay or combining, there is a baseline district and then there is some other commonality that different areas have, for example, being an affiliate that lays over. Is it the overlay? One set of rules overlays the other?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to know how to think about that. Okay, the choice to put the opt-in in the housing element versus in the code, help me understand the implications of that.
Yeah, I'll start, and then if any members of my consultant team want to chime in as well, I'd certainly appreciate it. We talked about it for quite a few hours over different time periods, and we thought about different ways to put it in the code. And we started to develop concerns around the sunset provision and that it would only be for 12 units, so it's only for 3 projects at the most. And so it started to feel, and I'm using the term pilot program lightly, that's my terminology, but it started to feel more like a special program in the housing element as opposed to something that was in our code permanently. Because then if in the housing element program, there's a feeling like it's been successful and met objectives, then it could be codified in a more permanent form if people felt like it was. But we were apprehensive about adding something to the code that was going to be for a short time, for only a certain number of of a certain time period. And then also trying to think about what was the right technical tool to do that. We considered how to apply an overlay zone. We didn't want to confuse people or make it look like we were adding development capacity to like all of the RE zone, for example, because that felt like very hard to manage that way and hard to write code that would capture every possibility, especially in the time frame that we're on. So that's kind of the gist of it from my point of view. Does anyone on my team out there have anything they want to add to that? No one's popping up. I guess they're satisfied.
It's almost counterintuitive, like the housing element seemed like a bigger scale adjustment than just the code section, but I see what you're saying in terms of the duration. All right. The affiliate housing, I recall from prior discussions, there had been an arrangement where if 2 institutions that were affiliated housing, they had that right. If the employees at one were full and the employees at another had some extra capacity, like those units, that they could kind of trade. And I don't see that concept in here. Should it be? Or is that, because it says if the institution's employees are not going to populate it, then the residents would have priority. But to me, it might make sense to have encourage people to have affiliated housing by saying there's a bigger pool out there. If you're going to make yours available, I would think that might be something to consider. But had that been discussed?
Through the Housing Element Committee, we talked about some different options for this. The current housing element right now in the affiliated housing program says that the employees, the residents have to be employees. So there's not an option for anything else. And then what we talked about was the ability to at least be live at one site and work at another site.
Right.
And there was strong support for that. People were really interested in that from a practical point of view. While we were talking about it, there was also concerns that were raised from some Housing Element Committee members about the concept of living and working for the same place. And what happens if you didn't maintain your employment, but you still wanted to live someplace, and kind of the weird relationship that could develop when someone provided your housing and your job. And so we tried to craft language that was just for discussion to kind of how do we think about this? But this is an area that we're very interested in your feedback. Like, what's the right balance between those?
Okay. So we should comment on that.
Yes.
Okay. I already did that. Let's see. Let's see. 20. So on red page 20, this is in the code itself. Exceptions to allow additional units, it's 18.29.060. Exceptions to allow additional units shall be administered based on number of affordable units. I'm a little confused on that. Is there background, or is this old language that it's in there already? Let's not focus on it.
No, this is not good language yet. This
Okay.
is just an idea.
Okay.
And it goes back to the slide that I showed where I was saying, if the planning commission thought it was okay to have 20 units per acre, like how much of that should be affordable?
Okay.
And so that's what this is getting at.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe there's a ratio or threshold or minimum or something.
Okay, so we can comment on that.
Yeah.
The opt-in zoning was a little confusing to me. I was a bit surprised to see it can be up to a 4-acre parcel. So the interaction between, it can be 12 units total, right? Regardless of the number of properties in town. Is that,
Okay, let me make
Yeah.
a correction,
yeah,
okay?
Oh,
Because this is literally a mistake that I made.
okay.
On red page 21,
Yeah.
eligibility.
Yeah.
It says, develop up to 4 dwelling units per acre, comma, with a maximum of 4 acres should be units.
Oh, okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
So there's not supposed to be another lot size threshold there.
Okay, great. Are there definitions of fault zone? Like, is that defined elsewhere in some code somewhere?
Yes, we would need to develop it a little bit further so that it's more specific. But yeah, with the guidance of the town geologist, we could.
Okay. And there's no, if it's 4 units per acre and you can have up to 12, can you do 3, 3 and 3? Like, are we locked into it has to be 4?
It could be any mathematical arrangement up to the 12.
Okay, thanks. And when you say what other findings we might want to add, for example, on red page 19, are there any examples of what you're thinking there? Like, did anything get discussed as you were deciding to ask us? What might be?
The way I was thinking about it was, I was hoping that you would reflect on the regular conditional use permit findings, which we attached to hopefully make it easier.
Mhm.
And then remember the discussion that we had when we were working on the ADU ordinance, and we were talking about what are the potential impacts that these ADUs may have on the neighbors. So we wrote some
Yeah.
findings specific for ADUs related to the relationship to neighbors.
Yep.
And so it's that kind of concept that those are the types of things we're looking for. So like, what do you think are the potential impacts? And what types of findings would you like to see that would help you to analyze those potential impacts when the applications came in?
Okay.
So if we got concepts from you, then our team could think about how to structure them.
Last time we discussed, there's a balance between the number of stories and the setbacks, right? And there's still a potential for the 3 stories. Is that going to come back with some modeling around it? I think you were gonna.
Yeah, we're gonna
That's
do
to
some
be
more
done.
work on this. And so we did not make any changes related to those things.
Okay.
We made very few changes to the draft code.
And could you elaborate on, since I wasn't here last time, what was the issue with the 3 stories?
Do you want me to summarize quickly?
Well, I recall people were concerned about 3 stories.
Sure,
in
right,
town
yep.
Anyway, but when Laura was explaining why that's in there, she was saying, well, the more setback you want, you might have to go up to allow the number of units.
Okay.
So there's that, I mean, Laura, is that accurate?
Yeah, so we were just looking for feedback on kind of priorities and how you're looking at it and analyzing it to help feed into our analysis and recommendations.
You know, if I might add to that, Craig, I think Judith and I were both on I can't give you a single answer to that. I need to start seeing some pictures and some layouts and, you know, to give you a better response to that. So yes, I might be persuaded it was useful to go to 3 stories if you had a bigger setback, but if I take a look at it, I might not too. And we weren't at the stage of being able to say, yes, you can do it or you can't.
Yeah, and the idea here is if the footprint's smaller, you make the building taller to get the same amount of livable space. Okay, got it. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Laura, on red page 25, there's still a reference to a CC district. Is that intentional and C at the top?
I'm sorry, where are you looking? Okay,
Red
yeah.
page 25, C. Top it, near the top. Adjoining uses in the CC district.
This is language that comes directly from our current code, so I would have to double check on kind of the intent and the meaning of it.
Stable and boarding in F, does that include equestrian businesses? Because that's not just a stable and it's not just, it's a business.
Yeah, in the definitions section, we do
Okay.
have a definition of stable comma boarding, and I do think it includes it.
That'll be it for now. Yeah, thank you.
Great. How about you, Nicholas?
Yeah, at our last meeting, we discussed the potential for doing a form-based code, or that the town was looking at putting forward a form-based code. And I am wondering where we are on that. The more that I thought about some of the issues that we discussed. So how do you actually control for the various state laws that are presently available? The more I came back to thinking that you have it exactly right in thinking about a form-based code. And I'm not sure, one, what the timing is, and two, how that might jive with the proposals that are being proposed here when you are ready to roll it out.
So we're thinking about this in two phases. So the basic standards are included here, and that's what we're discussing now. And then phase 2 of the work in early 2023 would be the more specific development standards. And then those pieces kind of come together to make a form-based code. So we're doing the basic development standards now and the more detailed ones after the housing element deadline.
I think that we maybe were thinking about form-based codes in different ways. So that might be a offline
Would describe
conversation.
this as more of a hybrid code than a strictly a form-based code.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking. I'm more that I've been thinking about how you handle the state law, the more I think that probably a straight form-based code frankly makes sense here, because what you can do under state law totally undermines whatever it is that we might be doing here. And but if we're looking at a hybrid, that's probably a broader conversation. So let's talk about mixed use right now. I'm not sure if we're, and again, this is an interplay between state law and what we're proposing. I don't know how the mixed use district one would jibe with something like SB 6 and AB 2011. I tend to think that if I were going to be a developer, I probably would pick SB 6 and say, thanks very much, I appreciate the optionality. I've got more density on my commercial zone using one of the new state laws. And if that's the case, I think that I probably would want to move forward with the straight residential first, because I'm not sure how vetted the mixed use has been. And second, I think it may open us up to unintended consequences. And I was wondering if you have thoughts on how the mixed use zoning might work with SB 6 and AB 2011. Maybe it's a Cara question.
Yeah, I haven't analyzed it that way. Cara, do you have any feedback?
Yeah, we took a quick look at some of the commercial parcels in town, and my recollection is that They did not qualify under SB 6 for various reasons. There's obviously several criteria that apply to trigger a residential by right project. So I don't think that the projects would be able to take advantage of those new laws, but I'd have to do some more detailed analysis.
Yeah, similarly, AB 2011, I think that, until we're able to actually figure out how it actually jives, and I haven't. I just looked at it and I was thinking, geez, I'm pretty sure I know what I would do if I were a developer here with that opportunity. And we ought to kind of think about that, I think, before we open it up, is we could create a mixed use project there using, existing tools that we have. We could do a PUD, and, you'd be able to land in the same place as one property owner. So it's not that hard. It might be a better tool and create kind of better surety than what we would have right now, until at least we've gone through, and figured out what the implications are and done the kind of outreach that maybe we'd want to do. But anyway, so I'm sorry, I'm getting into deliberation. On the upzoning, I'm not sure why I would want to use the upzoning option if I have SB 9. It seems like and I agree with Commissioner Taylor that the way that we had contemplated upzoning, at least initially, created a competition for excellent projects. We may end up getting some very good projects here, but it's kind of a kludgy process with a lot of uncertainty. And I'm not sure why I wouldn't, why would I want to do this? Why would anyone want to do this instead of using SB 9?
May I jump in here to answer?
Yeah.
Nicholas, at the town council meeting after the planning commission met, when they were deciding what to really send in, a big part of the discussion was our town put very restrictive criteria on the SB 9, such that they already are not very financially attractive. The academics think only 5% of lots in California would make financial sense. But in addition, Portola Valley put even further restrictions. So the Housing Committee of California would look at this and not let us count any SB 9 units, because it's unlikely they'll happen unless we go liberalize the SB 9 rules we clamp down on. If we do that, then it applies to all the lots in town, or the ones that could be eligible. Whereas this opt-in, they thought we could more carefully craft it to only apply to 12 houses, say 3 lots. Was the logic that I heard at the town council meeting.
I understand what you're saying, and that's helpful. It's hard to imagine that this process that we're putting forward for upzoning is really less restrictive than what SB 9 would allow, but I will take it at face value. In terms of the master planning component of the affiliated housing. So by master planning, are we talking about things like a PUD? Laura, Kara?
It has similarities to a PUD, but it's not exactly the same, because these projects are either business or institutional. They're not in necessarily the same size or scope that you would
Right.
normally see with the PUD as outlined in our code. So I think it's.
But when we're talking about a master plan community, I guess I'm not sure what we mean by that in this context.
Well, I think the best example is the one that we have at the Priory. You know, they have a map that's approved as their master plan. They have a certain amount of floor area in different categories. So they have certain development standards that are set there, and we have certain shared expectations between the community and the applicant about what their development is going to be over time. And so that allows them to phase it and to implement individual projects through the ASCC. So trying
Got
to
it. So,
that.
so when we're talking about master planning, we're talking about master planning then in the affiliated housing context only?
Correct.
Got it. Yeah, so in terms of additional criteria, have we considered using the PUD criteria for the master plan affiliated housing piece? For example, superior outcomes than one could have in design and density and function than one could achieve through lot by lot zoning or lot by lot development. I mean, it's the same kind of issue. So I would think that we'd want to import the same kind of criteria.
Our technical team has not gotten there yet, but that's the exact kind of suggestion that we're looking for.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything. I don't think I have anything else.
Through the chair, could I just respond to the earlier question about SB 6 and AB 2011? These are new state bills that allow multifamily development in commercial zones. And I had forgotten the reason why I had determined they weren't applicable here, and it's because those two bills require that the commercial must be a permissible use, and in our zones, commercial is a conditionally permitted use, and so they wouldn't apply to these two parcels.
Got it. No, that's super helpful.
Yeah, thanks, Cara. Great. John, you want to ask clarifying questions?
Yes, I've got a just small number here. Under the required conditions housing units for the affiliated housing. So I had a similar question along the lines of who's eligible. One of the things that I'm aware of is that under school districts, there's actually interest in trading with other, if these things come to pass, teachers want to live in the town next door and vice versa. Would this prevent that, or would the way we've written it at the moment, would that be allowable?
I think that would be a lower priority. And so if that was important, I think that'd be great feedback. So we could think about that.
Okay. Then in red page 20, I'm looking at the required conditions development standards. And just a quick check. So under the residential density A, is that the direct relationship to our RENA plan, or is that different than that?
Yes, there's a direct relationship to the RENA numbers in the housing element.
And then my question was this, and then the second part of that was, so it says that the parcel shall be allowed to exceed the existing density. Are the numbers below the actual totals that are possible, or just the amounts that they get to exceed?
The amount they get to exceed.
Exceed, okay. So we could end up with, at some point, I'd like to know what the larger numbers might actually be. On that.
Should I explain this so that people are kind of tracking with us? Okay. So on red page 20, we have for Sequoias, Christchurch, and Ladera Community Church, we have proposed densities that would exceed what they have today. So let's use maybe Sequoias as an example. I think that that's probably a good one here. And so we we know how many units are there, but like the exact amount of floor area they have, those types of things are very hard to determine for our sites that have been here for a long time. And there's been changes over them. And it's always kind of a struggle in the records to make sure everything is clear, especially these ones that go all the way back before incorporation. And so they're in a zoning district that does not even allow what they have there today. Okay. And so normally that has complications with it. And so we're saying that we accept where you are today, and we're going to add some additional capacity to your site. And here it's the 23 units, whichever is less. The 23 units is the number in the housing element. And so we were kind of taking a stab at trying to create tools of measurement or numeric values. So we're very interested if like this approach makes sense to you and what implications you might see that you would like us to consider or analyze, and how we're applying these here. So the Christ Church is assigned 6 units in the housing element, and Ladera Church is assigned 10 units because of that half-acre site.
Okay, thank you. So then when I go to 2 and 3, the next 2 items there, it seems like we are trying to set maximums where we don't have a specific site. And my question is, why would we set those now versus leaving that something that we can determine in the future?
We could determine it in the future if you thought that that was preferred. So for example, if someone was, the difference is, I guess, the way that this is structured is if someone wanted to join the program, there would only be a zoning map amendment. There would not be any amendment to the text necessarily of the zoning code. So you would just be adding another site into the overlay, and then whatever is in the code would apply. So there's some value in that in terms of the process of not having to open up code language. The other side of that is not being able to capture every possible idea or solution. And so we're very much interested in your feedback. We're kind of trying to lay some stuff out here. But if it doesn't make sense, we were trying to set a maximum that was a low enough maximum, but would give people kind of a guide. But then on the flip side, we're also saying, should the Planning Commission have the authority to increase the density or change the development standards? So I'd love to get your feedback. Should we be more strong in the code, or should we have more flexibility in the code? That
Okay,
would be a good question.
Okay, so 2 and 3 work together in that 2 just says, okay, add them to the list and they get the 6. And 3 is they want to do something more, in which case it comes to us to evaluate.
Yeah, and especially if they have more affordable units.
Yeah,
Then
okay,
if you have more
okay.
affordable units, then you're going to get more flexibility or more density.
Okay, that's good. And then red page 21, the parking. It's just kind of like, okay, they kind of jumped in there. I was like, okay, why is that? Does that somehow help us with state laws or facilitate something, or?
This is more kind of reflective of something that we already have in the code. The code says now if there's not a parking requirement for a specific use, then the Planning Commission can approve the appropriate amount of parking. And so on our affiliated housing sites, the parking really varies according to how that use operates and whether those residents really live there. If they really live and work there, then you might have different, vehicle requirements. And so we kind of were trying to create flexibility for a site-specific solution.
Okay, so if they've already got a big parking lot, they have a standard they normally would meet, but we have the ability to reduce it.
Right. So an
Okay.
example might be at Christ Church, where they're going to develop a portion of their rear parking lot, but they still have plenty of parking and can demonstrate it through appropriate parking counts or parking study.
And then also on red page 21, down in the discussion points, is kind of it is a question. On the overall approach, I think when I went back and looked at the housing element, it points to the code. It felt to me like it was doing one of those, and somehow I think we have to resolve that.
We do.
Okay,
Yes. And that's because the more we've analyzed it, the more we think it might better live in the housing element.
Okay. Red page 22. It's not the low area navigation center again. So we have to include that in there, but we don't have any, do we have to do anything there? I mean, other than we have to include it in the definition because it's a state definition? Or,
We just have to include it. Most of these state uses, we refer back to the state law definition of them. So we have to permit it. It refers to the state law definition.
and then red page 23, just to confirm, I'm guessing there's a typo there between G and H. I think F got 2 items in it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's keep going forward. Oh, yeah, red page 27. So I was interested, I mean, fire is such a big issue here in the town at the moment. So I was interested on how these conditions got set up and how they were meshing with everything else. And I guess I was, in my mind, one of the key things that got set up with very high fire severity zones was this adoption of the state required code. So what was it, 7A or something like that, that we did anyway. Never mind how whatever we applied it across the board in the town versus just going for fire severity zone. So then I was trying to figure out, so what does this do on top of that? Is this something we're gonna, is this new just for this zone, or how does it fit with everything else? Hoping you're having a chance to kind of read through it.
I'm going to ask Cara to weigh in on this as well. This is language that we added. So this is in the required conditions. And we were trying to reflect other areas of state law that we wanted to bring to applicants' attention. And so these are not necessarily things that wouldn't already be required, but
Okay.
things that we want people to be aware of when they're reviewing our code. So we were trying to reinforce the defensible space requirements. There's already requirements in the state law about approving a subdivision action, like a tentative map or a personal map in the very high fire severity zone. So that's already in place, and those requirements are already in place. But we're just restating it to bring it to people's attention. We wanted to make sure that people didn't miss these requirements, mostly the applicant, but also staff as we're implementing.
Okay, so you're not asking us to create anything new here. This is something that's already being reviewed and discussed, and we're just making sure that it's also included here.
Yes.
Okay.
Cara, did you have anything to add to that?
Yes, as the state law starts becoming more robust in this area, I think that, our practice is going to change a little bit, but right now, the regulations pertaining to fire hazard is just a patchwork. It's, some of it's in the building code, some of it's in the fire code, some of it is under the government code, and some of it is in codified CAL FIRE regulations. So it's a real patchwork. And so what we tried to do was bring most of those major requirements together in one section of our zoning code. And as Laura mentioned, it's mainly just for practicality to make sure that that everybody is aware of these provisions, that they're collected in one place, and that when we are reviewing compliance, that we won't, that those provisions are readily available.
Because I just wanted to make sure that, given that we've got other people working on this and it's lots of interest, that somehow we weren't doing something here that was end arounding that other process. So sounds like not. What else did I have? Oh, so let's see, and I'm on red page 37. So as I was looking through the two columns, am I reading this correctly, that the bulk of what's being proposed is actually more stringent than what's currently there? If I got it the right way around?
So the black are the things that are being proposed in
Right.
this case, and then the red are comparison with either the RE or the AP district. And I don't know if Monica, you can speak to that at all, or if you came to the same conclusion that some of the things are more strict.
So for instance, if I were looking at accessory structures, which is on red page 38, the accessory structures in these new proposals are actually less than the primary structure, but currently it could be the primary structure. So I would, in my mind, I would say that's more strict.
Yeah, that one is more strict.
So I
That's
guess,
true.
go ahead.
In general, we made the standards a little less restrictive to provide the flexibility that would be required for the mixed use. In some instances, we sort of added what we consider to be a best practice and consistent with what is typical in the built conditions in the area. But you're right.
Yeah, I think on the big
That-
one where it was less restrictive seemed to relate directly to being able to add more housing, which was the whole point of increasing the density. So I just wanted to make sure I was getting which way things were going in the right direction there.
Generally, we're flexible.
Okay, and then with respect to, we had the whole, the confusion about the scenic corridor setbacks. And I see we're trying to improve those. Last time we were talking mostly about 75, but I think it's a mixture of 75 and 50. Am I correct? In terms of the scenic corridor setbacks, and I see we're mostly showing 50 here. I just wanted to be clear about that people didn't suddenly think that we switched it from 75 to 50, or
Still says, it still has like the footnote that says scenic corridor trumps what's there, right?
but is the scenic corridor 50 or 75?
75.
It's 75 on Alpine. I think I have the code section here, just a second.
Okay, so it says min 50 feet, but then the special setback overrides that.
Yes.
So we're still being a little confused.
Right. Any additional setback that's specified in chapter 1858 would apply. So the 50 would just be the standard if any other setback that exceeds the 50 doesn't apply based on that special setback chapter.
Okay, so yeah, we're still being a little confusing there, but I see why.
And the annotated version, I mean, in the, this is the hard thing about having different versions, and I tried to think about how to present this, but in the most recent code version in the earlier attachment, I added the note that says, we're gonna fix this.
Yeah, I know.
So
Yes.
we're gonna fix it, yeah.
And is there any, on the top of the, never mind. We're gonna fix that. We're good.
Okay,
I'm good.
I have a few questions. Can we go to that slide that has the questions you want us to answer? I'm not going to answer them, but I had a question. Yeah, question on the question.
I'm already getting a little bit tired, I'm sorry. We'll find it. Kind of early for getting tired.
My question is, towns change their zoning all the time. How much of our zoning exercise that we're doing for the housing element can we change later? I mean, of course, I can see the state would not allow us if we now say, yeah, 3 stories and big old building, and that gets our housing element to work. We can't come back later and say, oh, made it one story, squished it all in. But what about some of these other things, like you asked, like, should we, actually, I see it's not on here, but let me ask it. It was the one that said, should there be special application questions for, I think, affiliated housing? And my reaction to that was, sure, I could think of some questions, but oh my gosh, it feels so low priority right now with everything we have to do. Could we add those questions later to, like, now just say, yeah, we've got this affiliated housing, here's the structure, but not decide what the application and the,
Yes, I think I understand your question, and I think it's around prioritizing.
yes. Since we have too much work and not enough time and the stakes are high, I'm wanting to prioritize. Yeah, are there any of these questions? And I'm not one to push hard work till later. I'd rather do it now. But if we can't do the work in the time and the consequences are high, then I'm interested in, is there anything we can cut off this list and deal with it later or change it later?
Okay, so great question. And we have been trying, when we talk about this amongst ourselves, right? Attorneys, consultants, staff, we've been trying to narrow down on the things that we feel like have to be amended in January, but we could work to narrow that down more if that was the consensus of the Planning Commission. These types of things, like the application requirements, the findings, we can absolutely delay those.
Okay, good.
Yes, if that was your preference and recommendation to the council.
Okay.
The things that we can't delay, I believe my initial reaction to this is we can't delay creating the zoning districts.
Okay.
The basic development standards, and what we consider to be basic is for discussion, but we have to have the most basic, like density, setback, height,
I see.
and some other measure that creates the building form,
I see.
so
Good,
that we
good,
know basically how big that building can be.
Yeah.
We have to do that.
Good.
And we should do the basic steps to codify affiliated housing, because we said we were going to in the housing element. And then I'd have to look at the implementation matrix, but we can make minor changes, you know, in some of these things still to the housing element, right? And we're still getting comments back from HCD. So we could analyze it that way for you.
We'll see what my colleagues think, but I'm going to be, yeah, really enthusiastic about the prioritization, what we have to get done. I really like that map you had for opt-in of things that passed the first pass, at least criteria. Do you know how many parcels ended up? I know some of them had issues that would never get opt-in, but do you know what the number was?
Carla, do you happen to know that number on this, the purple map?
I'm gonna try to look that up. I don't know if we have it, but give me a minute.
Yeah, just rough.
Yeah, this one.
And then on the CUP for the opt-in, that definitely makes me feel like it's back to residents can really bring up so many issues. It's hard to do some new housing development. Do you think that will be accepted by HCD? And I'm asking because I noted in Atherton's presentation for their town council meeting after they got their report, the consultant said that on several of their items, they were gonna have to give by right development rights on things and take out their CUPs. And the wording was because there was neighbor community opposition. And I'm like, uh-oh, are we gonna get the same thing on an opt-in CUP?
It's possible. The way that we have it worded in the housing element right now, because the way we were talking about it at the time, was that the interested property owners would be required to go before Planning Commission to demonstrate all safety criteria would be met. So that was more of an objective review. So it was interpretation of the safety criteria, but not discretion.
I see, yes.
So no other discretionary findings, but just interpreting the safety criteria.
Yeah, So I guess I'm getting into comments. That seems way better. Like when we've done a recent CUP, we had 7 meetings on it. And they went this long. If each housing thing takes that or longer, golly, that just seems like, well, we just killed it before it started. Okay. Stick to my questions. That's why I'm asking. I love the example because, as you know, I like to work with examples of the, is it 4370 on the corner of what could be a mixed use. Instead of me reading all the rules, if they tore down the offices, would that allow more houses?
If
Later,
they
let's-
tore down the
Offices in the front later, 10 years from now.
we would have to look at that there. If they propose a subdivision to subdivide the 2 properties, then that we would have to look and see what the development potential would be at the front.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would have to think about it and confirm and answer for you next time. I think they would still be allowed to build 4 to 6 units per acre on the front property. But let me think about that and make sure I'm thinking about it right.
Okay.
Because it can be 100% residential, right? Wasn't that part of the?
Yes.
Right. Part of the thing, yeah. And then, am I right in the mixed use, the business part, the administrative uses require a CUP, but the residential uses do not? They're more, you can just do those.
As we have it drafted right now?
Right, I thought I read that read page 27, but I
Yeah.
wanted to know if I'm reading that right.
Yeah, let me get there too and make sure I'm looking at all looking at the same thing. Yeah, so principal uses permitted, we'd be adding the multifamily dwellings.
Mhm.
And then all of the commercial uses stay as conditional uses here.
Yeah, okay, so it is that way, yeah, all right. Just a minute. Let's see, I think that is all my questions. Okay. We've gotten to the point at the meeting where we take public comments on this zoning part. I'll do it. We'll take people both by Zoom and in the room. Did the applicant, did you all want to speak? Is it too late? Yeah, if you don't mind, and we'd like people to say their names, but it's actually not required.
Alicia Thiesing, my father is Richard Thiesing, and he was hoping to say something, introduce himself, and just explain a little bit about his thinking. And we've shared just a very basic concept, which is essentially 9 single-family homes. And it's just a start in the thinking, and we're just happy to be here and learn more and hear from the community and sort out what best fits everyone's needs. I'm sure he will be here. You'll see him many times. His name's Rich, and he's happy to talk to anyone.
Great, thank you. And
Thank
yep.
you.
Sorry, it goes so long before we get to this part. Anybody else here? Let me go to 1 or 2 on Zoom because that list is kind of long, then I'll come over there. Rita, why don't you go ahead on Zoom?
Hi, thank you. It is a long night. My comments are directly related to the presentation on this subject, not the conversation afterwards. And hopefully that the questions that the residents have tonight, all the questions have been written down and eventually answered somewhere. We've asked that in a couple of meetings and not just ghosted as if they've never been asked. You mentioned October 19th for draft zoning part 1, and this is part 2. Anyone that was not part of the previous meeting isn't aware of the discussions that happened that evening unless they review the hours of the video, and since there's no minutes. Back to the need for documentation from past meetings so that the residents can keep up with the conversation. I know that a speaker said that they are just one person responsible for the delayed documentation, but we are almost 4,500 residents and will be directly impacted by these changes. We all received property tax bills in the last 2 weeks. The deadline for the town to receive information back from HCD, I believe, is 11/9. Can these decisions wait until we hear back 1 week from now? There should not be a vote to move this forward tonight. And just want to say, I did attend that previous meeting, and the map that was shown showed the vacant portion of Ford Field. That location was actually Dorothy Ford Park, not the baseball field that has a loan that restricts its use and changes. There were comments on that map from the previous meeting, and the map that was shown tonight had not been updated from that previous meeting. It would really help us to be able to pull all the information together if we had all the information together. And CEQA should be part of all of our decisions in this beautiful, high fire hazard, geo-unique town that we call home. Thank you. And I know that this is a big responsibility for you, but this is where we live. So please include us in the conversation and keep our fears, our questions answered and moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. Sir, yes.
And did you want to at least speak to the fact we're not voting on anything tonight?
Oh, well, that was we usually collect all the questions and then
No, I was just
discuss
gonna
it.
say,
So
seems like you put that to rest.
that's right. We are not voting, Rita, on anything tonight. So
My name is William Russell. I live at 200 Nathorst Avenue. I've been there for approximately 30 years. I submitted written statements to you today. I don't know if they were received or not. They were good. I'll try not to repeat what I said there. There are two issues. One, it deals with 4370 Alpine, the other 4394 Alpine. I think we're a long way towards resolving the problem with respect to 4370 Alpine. There were many objections. There still are objections, but now we know that Mr. Thessing and Carter Ware and I and other interested residents in the Nathorst Applewood development will be meeting to go over the specifics of his proposal to see if we can reach an agreement on how that property should be developed. And I think we're heading in the right direction. I think it is putting the cart before the horse, however, to adopt or recommend the adoption of zoning changes at this stage until we know exactly what it is that's going to happen to that property. And then at that time, then we can use whatever planning tools are most appropriate to make sure that the property gets developed in a reasonable way and that the concerns of the residents are actually being addressed. That's my suggestion for 4370. I've had a meeting with Cara Silver for a couple of hours. I've talked to Carter Ware, and I had a chance to have a 5-minute conversation with Mr. Thessing today. And that is how we're going to try and proceed on that front. 4394 is a lot more complex and a lot more difficult. It goes back to the issue of providing 253 RHNA units. 4394 is being used in two ways. One is 23 units towards the 253, plus at least 20 or 23 low-income housing units. So the designation of these 23 units serves two purposes. The problem is, there are many problems. One problem is that with respect to 4394, when you propose 20 units per acre, that automatically causes the project to be deemed low income, which means that the number of units that could be constructed goes from 23 to 42, which for most of us is unacceptable. If the property is in fact rezoned 20 units an acre, then the owners, as I understand it, are not required to actually develop those units as low income. They can develop them at market rate if they choose to do so. So let's do some math. If they develop them at market rate and there's 20 units And let's say they use conservative numbers, 1,200 square feet per unit. That's 27,600 square feet. Real estate, single-family residents in this town go for at least $1,000 a square foot. That's a $27 million benefit to the owner of that property, less the cost of construction. I don't think that's what was designed to be done. Last point. The town has already said to the state that we are going to be developing 23 low-income housing units on this property. Yet the owners of the property have not committed to that, have not said they're going to do that. They've been very clear, as I understand it, in saying we've not yet made any decisions about what we're going to do. The town, as does every other jurisdiction, has an affirmative duty whenever it makes a proposal for development of a vacant parcel to demonstrate to the state that in fact it is going to be developed as proposed. That can't be done now because we don't have the agreement from the owners of the property, and the town knows that the owners of the property have not decided to do this. So you cannot legally make that point. Now, there's three ways around this quickly.
Okay, very quickly, you have a time.
One, you strike an agreement with the Whites right now because they're the owners of the property. Maybe it's a development agreement, something which either defines what they're going to do or limits what they are going to do in the future. Two, eminent domain. These are things I discussed with Kara Silver. Eminent domain, the town acquires the property and then the town is completely in control, can call the shots, and then when it makes a representation to the state, it's money in the bank because the town owns the property. Three, consider another parcel. In 2017, other parcels were looked at. Town center was considered appropriate for development. It's still appropriate now. Those are my thoughts.
Karen on Zoom.
Hi, I have a series of comments on tonight's zoning proposal. First, I want to state that the minimum separation distances specified for all the zones is simply insufficient. The NIST 2020-05 technical report on page 32 states that with distances less than 25 feet apart, mitigation in the form of home hardening will have limited to no effect and reduce the ignition potential of the structure. But in the spirit of offering actual solutions, I think some other requirements can be tweaked to allow better distances between the structures. First, remove the requirement that each unit has a private open space. Although well-intentioned, these spaces are still quite small. Although some people use small balconies, many go unused, particularly ones facing other buildings, a street, or a parking lot. These balconies also limit both light and views and cost money to build. In Portola Valley, with many trails and public open space, these private open spaces may not be much utilized. Requiring developers, particularly a low-cost developer, to put them into every unit may not be the right choice. Second, the clustering, footprint size, and building separation are all intrinsically linked. I think as a community, we need to think about what we want these units to resemble. The Conservation Committee explicitly recommended thinking of these not as cottages or individual homes, but as large family homes with multiple entrances. These units can be duplexes, triplexes, or quadruplexes, mimicking the look of many large homes we already have in town. By creating, in a sense, a group of homes, each with a larger floor area, so expand the floor maximums, we can increase our fire safety by requiring larger separation between each unit. So I would suggest eliminating the concept of clustering, increase the maximum size of each unit, and increasing the building separation to a minimum of 25 feet. Thirdly, I want to comment on the site grading on page 21, which states the site grade is less than 30%. Although I'm in full agreement with the spirit of this item, the language is quite unclear. Does this 30% apply to the entire site, the area where the development would occur, or any slope on the entire property? I would recommend to specify perhaps a percentage of the slope, a percentage of the site, such as 80%, allowing small areas of steep slopes that exist on many of our properties. And finally, I would like to address the owner of the office property on Alpine, and I'm glad that they are attending the meeting. The housing density is quite high in the sketch, and particularly in combination with the existing office building. And I do want to point out that the office building that's there has a wood shake roof, overhanging trees, and frequently has leaf litter on that wood shake roof. And I believe you were notified by mail from the Woodside Fire Department a few years ago about this condition. So going back to the separation distance, that office building is would be quite susceptible to start on fire during a wildfire. And it's quite close to the homes that were suggested behind that. And that would easily engulf all the new homes behind it in the case of a wildfire. So thank you.
Great. Oh, good job.
Betsy Morgenthaler on Zoom.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee, for your incredible attention to detail. I would like to make a few comments. First of all, I'm very supportive and happy to hear the conversation around prioritizing and doing what we cannot delay, postponing the rest. So thank you so much for advancing that. Also, super pleased to get greater clarity around the scenic corridor setbacks, which we're going to honor. Thank you. Thank you. Now to some questions. One regards the proposed new mixed use zoning area. Considering an alternative, is there a possibility of splitting the zoning on that lot such that we preserve the AP zoning that falls along Alpine Road, and then we have a residential zoning on the Nathorst side? That would mean we wouldn't need to have a new mixed use zoning area, which I consider problematic. Question 2 regards the same parcel. The conceptual owner's sketch, which we were treated to tonight, and thank you for that, showed a single egress between the creek and Applewood. My question is one of consistency, because the voluntary opt-in program showed that owners must provide access via 2 ways of ingress egress. And I wondered why only one on this example. I look forward to that answer later on. And if there is a difference at this site, I'd just like to be informed why and what that is. My next question regards the contrast, which appears on red page 23, chapter 18.10.010. It regards mixed use development areas, item E and item D. Item E regards mixed use development. Item D regards multifamily development. Whereas on multifamily development standards, the final clause states that we are going to minimize future wildfire. For some reason, that clause wasn't included in the mixed use development contract, and I wondered why the difference. Going on to the table 18.15.050, which codifies the multifamily minimum lot width at 90 feet. So now we're down on the Gateway project. We have a scenic corridor setback there, which is thankfully now fixed. My question is whether we anticipate a study of the conditions along the creek beds before we lock in a minimum lot width of 90 feet. My concern being that our minimum creek setback may or may not be adequate over the full physical length of the parcel and over the full future lifespan of the project. So I would hope that we're going to take some of that into consideration. And finally, off-street parking. I have been consistently concerned that we're not allowing for enough parking, given we are a car-dependent community with insufficient public transportation. And we underestimate and imagine that all the Betsy's of the world are going to be on bikes. And it's a wonderful thought. So thanks for the moral support. I'm just not sure it's going to happen. So thank you for building in conservative measures there so that we don't accidentally choke off our primary evacuation corridor. Thank you so much for your attention and your goodwill.
Thanks, Betsy. Next, Ellen Bernatza on Zoom.
Oh,
next time.
Yeah, is it possible to pull up the plans or the proposed plans for 4370?
Sure, yeah.
I'll ask another question while she's doing it, or I'll bring something up. Right now, Nathhorst feeds 21 properties, including the properties up on top of the hill behind the Priory. And stopping parking just to Applewood still would block the rest of the properties beyond Applewood as far as fire engines and emergency vehicles, garbage trucks getting in. So it really needs to be a no parking all the way down both sides of the street. Okay, and second off, looking at this drawing, I see the 9 houses, 4 and 4 and 1. What is the building? I wish you could see what I was pointing to, but that runs along the creek.
It's 2 ADUs.
So we're talking about 9 homes and 2 ADUs. So that's 11 homes. So that's an additional fire hazard. So where is the parking for all these residences?
And this is just a very conceptual sketch. So
I understand that, but before we start moving forward, it's not 9 units, it's 11 units. So I think, we have to address that. So anyway, but most important is to remove all parking from Nathhorst if you're going to be, building on this property. It just doesn't work. And there's too many houses that you don't even see that rely on Nathhorst for access. Thank you.
Thanks. Bob Adams here in the schoolhouse.
Bob Adams. A couple of things. One is my first question is on the building remedy. And I understand that if we submit a plan and it's not accepted by the end of January 31st, 2023, there is some exposure that you can still have the building remedy occur. That's not settled law. So that is something that is it's a risk that we're taking if we go past that date, even if HCD is the one that has called it the delay. The second is, would we know when we're going to receive the HCD comments? Has that happened yet? No. Third is, I appreciate the 4370 offer to meet with the people in the neighborhood. I don't know how that's going to happen or when, but we look forward to that conversation. And along that line, when I saw the map up or the drawing up there, one thing I'd like to make sure is that we have at least a 30-foot setback on the roadside. We talked about 15 feet in the prior meeting, and I certainly hope that it's not 15 feet when it comes time to do this development. And the other is I'd prefer 20-foot setbacks instead of 15. I understand the trade-off between density and elevation, and I understand what you have to deal with. I'd just like to make the comment that we'd prefer 20 over 15. And most of all, thank you for all you guys are doing. Appreciate it.
Let me move to Ronnie Krasinski on Zoom.
Yeah, question about the opt-in upzoning program. Is there an intention to have a restriction that the property owner must live in one of the units, similar to the restriction that I think that SB 9 has? One of the reasons I ask is around the time we submitted the housing element, there was an article in the Almanac that indicated we were going to have that restriction, and I never quite understood where that came from. I didn't see anything about it here today. And I guess just to be clear, I'm not necessarily advocating for that restriction. It seems like we might want to actually enable a developer to come in and upzone a property and then sell off the units. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Okay, I'm seeing, one more here. The corners, hiding in the corners.
Hi, my name is Tim Clark from Ladera Church. And I have a graphic that I'd like to show you, but I think Laura has to help enable me to show it.
Tim, are you in the Zoom meeting as a participant also?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna make Tim a panelist for a moment so that he can share his screen. Make sure your sound is off, Tim.
It's
So
off.
accept panelists, and then you can join that way and share your screen. Did that work for you?
It says I'm rejoining. Yeah. There we go. There we go. This is another very rough drawing that we did. This is from Ladera Church. This is the half acre that we have adjacent to the church that we're proposing for affordable housing. As you can see there, this is what is called a housing density study, which basically will tell you what it might look like and not what it will look like. Want to point out a couple things. There's 9 units here under the parking, the draft parking considerations. We would be required to have 21 parking spaces for this place. There are currently, they're down on this side, there are 11 of them. I don't see room to put another 10 parking units. So that's the reason that I made the presentation last time. I think the visual may help with that. The other thing that you can see from this drawing is that this was done, that building B1, the part that's toward Alpine Road. This is Alpine Road out here. That's a 20-foot setback from Alpine. If we took that out to 70, back to 75, it would basically wipe out these 2 units and 5 units of parking. The only possible other thing to do is what you were talking about earlier, go higher. These are 2-story units, 2-bedroom units each. We might be able to go higher back here. I'm not sure I could convince the church members that they wanted to have a 3-story building there, which might be almost as tall as a church and its steeple. So I also wanted to talk a little bit about the affiliated housing discussion you had earlier, because we applied and were admitted by council at least 3 years ago to the affiliated housing program. We said at that time that it didn't work for us the way that it was developed at that time, because it was only your own employees. So we're happy that it's being developed a little bit further. I think you're going to have to put a lot of thought in, and maybe this is for part 2 of your considerations, about what is a local employee. We have employees that work 4 to 6 hours at our place, and I think everybody in town is going to have that. There may be some way that the planning has figured out in other jurisdictions how to do this, but it's not easy. My final comment would be about something that a designation that was put on our property here, which was the gateway designation, which the Planning Commission put on the property about 3 months ago, kind of right at the time that the housing element was being recommended. We somehow got included in that, although I think it was intended to be primarily for the park, for Ford Park that was across the street. What that does for us, the way I read the description, is we can't build anything on our site until you allow us to, until that Ford Park situation is resolved. We would like to be able to move independently of whatever you're doing with the city on that Ford Park land, and not be held up because we happen to be thrown into the same designation. That's all. Thank you.
I think I had a Zoom one. Let me see. Yeah, Christy Corley on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. I like the idea of a master plan beyond 8 years and even planning out to 20 to 50 years. We deserve that as a community, and I think we should have an overall plan before we start the 8-year plan. For opt-in, you're talking about 12 units on 3 parcels. It's limited for now, but who and how does that parcel units increase? Is that the planning director changes it? Is it a vote by the planning commission and town council that would bring that up to many more parcels in town? I need more clarity on when that would change. I believe San Clemente opened up their parcel usage and increased units on parcels. They were overwhelmed within 6 months. And I believe they changed their zoning quickly after that. And I encourage you to do some research on that. SB 9 does allow a developer to buy does not allow a developer to buy 2 parcels next to each other. The 2 parcels next to Roberts that were bought in November, December, and then the law for SB 9 changed in January. So they were able to buy 2 lots next to each other, but the law protects streets from being bought by developers. SB 9, after a lot split, the owner of the land must live in the unit of the property for 3 years. I don't see anything, and I just ask you to dive into SB 9. They've done their homework. So I believe opt-in needs to have some SB 9 limits. Our town has many communities with HOAs, which don't allow ADUs. Is that correct? Question mark. That would mean the opt-in would really affect all the other areas without HOAs and will really change the other neighborhoods outside the HOA groupings. So those are my concerns with opt-in. We also have historical areas, and have we really ruled, has the historical committee been involved? Because once we upzone a historical area, that we lose the history on that site. So I have not seen this committee be involved in some of these discussions. I'm concerned about ADUs and rooftop gatherings that would cause a lot of lighting and noise. If Leggera Church wants to have 9 or 10 units, why are you proposing to upzone to 20 units? If you upzone to 20 units, it can never be downzoned. A developer can come in and highly encourage, I don't even know if they can force the church to go up to 20 units. But again, once upzone, cannot downzone. Have you considered having a finance person and an urban planner work with your affiliated housing partners to, as the Priory says, we can't do anymore, but the Priory has a lot of land. So how can we help them partner with developers who have the financing?
Great, thanks, Christy.
I have a lot more. Can I please just finish? I have a few more really important, I attended 2 important meetings.
Please put your most important ones at the beginning. I'll let you have 2 more points. They better be good. Was somebody in the room wanted to talk? Yeah, please.
Oh, I continued talking without hitting unmute again. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, I thought you went away. Yeah, two more points at the most.
Okay, so I went to some talks this weekend, and it looks like developers are doing inclusionary housing that's more at the 10 to 11% level rather than the 15 to 20% level. So if building prices are going up and the mortgage prices are going up as of today, developers may need to offer a less percentage of inclusionary housing. And mixed use, I cannot read the mixed use drawing that's being presented. Maybe we could get different visuals in the future, which allow us to read those better.
Okay, thanks, Christy. I have to finish now. Go ahead.
We can't hear the speaker.
Is there a
Through the
chance?
chair, the speaker's not being heard on the microphone.
It was on a minute ago.
You were good, yeah.
We can also use this table. I checked that mic before we came in.
Yeah,
So let's
thanks.
try the green table for a while.
The batteries ran out.
Okay, can you hear me now? There we go. The microphone's working. Anyways, Tammy Cole, 145, Nathorst. I live behind the Willow Commons and 4370. I asked some questions 2 weeks ago, one being, I still feel that the majority of this project is being kind of thrown on the corner of Nathorst Triangle and Applewood. My other question is why are you going after properties that you don't own, you have no control of? I don't really understand. I'm really concerned about the upzoning and then not being able to downzone. I just keep hearing that it's gonna be very difficult to downzone. Just to jump around, my concern is with Willow Commons, we did meet with the Whites. They were considerate. They tried to put things more 1-story or 2-story and lower, and really were considerate about the neighborhood and the neighbors around us. Also took the creek into consideration, but Carter War said, you really have no say, either does the town, it's all the state. I encourage you, Laura, as last time we talked, was that you have control over now what goes in with these developers. Once you upzone this and you give these developers, we keep talking about the bonus density. We're not talking about 20. We're not talking about 2-story. Then last week, Ann's talking about 3 stories. I don't know if that was proposed tonight of the height difference on Roberts, but that is really going to affect the neighborhood. I'd love to see 4370. I'm looking forward to sitting down with them. 9 homes plus 2 ADUs is just far too much. We won't, the traffic, the fire, we have horses, we have animals, we have chickens, we have kids. I don't see how no one is seeing how if you start letting the people, we talked about a housing crisis, now we're talking about development and money and getting these developers in here. I urge you, I'm pleading with you, the torment of what this has been on the neighbors of these meetings going back and forth and not getting the answers we need. I understand this is so difficult for all of you, but I really encourage I know we have urban developers. This is not an urban area, okay? This is country. We've lived in this area for 20 years and another 25 years in Woodside. We're looking possibly, it could be done right with 1 and 2-story that was something would complement our town, like what this town did with the library and the town center. I encourage you to still look at town-owned land where you can control these developers and not let them get carried away. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see, Greg on Zoom.
Okay, good evening. Thank you. First of all, just to follow up on John Goulden's request for pictures and layouts. We're seeing a lot of onesie stuff here with this zoning. I would like to see and have shared with the residents of the town a diagrammatic representation of the whole impact proposed for the Nathorst Triangle rezoning. So I'm talking about from the Pollock office building on Portola all the way around to the Thessing country office site and everything in between, and include a conceptual representation of the consequences of the proposed opening of the Hawthorne open space to the public, because it's possible that could result in a similar outcome that we are currently experiencing on Portola Road with the on-site and Portola Road parking for access to the Windy Hill. My principal recommendation for tonight is please do not take any zoning decisions that are not reversible. That sentiment's consistent with the Targ Taylor Sunrise proposal, which in my view is the only example of creative out-of-the-box thinking to emerge from the year-long housing element process. and that's a process I've followed closely. We've got a torrent of state affordable housing legislation. It's new, it's controversial, it's electorally unpopular, and it's untested in case law. We're seeing various forms of opposition, including litigation in progress and or is in formation both at the state and local levels, including in Portola Valley. Yesterday, KQED published an article reporting Governor Newsom backtracking on his 2017 campaign housing pledge of 3.5 million new housing units by 2025 to 2.5 million housing units by 2030. That's a 29% reduction and a 5-year timeline extension. So what does that mean for ABAG's 441,000 RENA allocation for Portola Valley and its 253 housing unit share of it? Does that mean now that ABAG is 315,000 housing units and Portola Valley is reduced to 181 housing units? Who knows? We've got an ADU campaign in progress. We don't know the outcome. So that is one of many reasons for you guys to remain flexible. So please do not make any irreversible decisions. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Is there somebody here? Either one of you?
Hi, Ron Eastman. Thank you for listening to me. First of all, I would like to endorse everything that Bill Russell has said. And I encourage, if you have not had a chance to read his letter, I hope you do. Bill and Carol, what Bill didn't mention tonight, at least, but he just mentioned in his letter, is that, you know, our RENA quota is 254 units. Eliminating rezoning the Nahor's Triangle will leave 261. And there is nothing in the law that requires us to have a buffer. Considering that our housing element includes a large chunk of town-owned property, there is no, I don't see the need for this additional buffer. My concerns about, particularly about rezoning 4370 Nahor's to the multi-use zone, is that I believe is traffic. I want to reiterate what Ellen Bernaza said tonight. You know, she sent in, I was going to bring it, I forgot, I printed out the picture that was in her letter, I forgot to bring it, but it was just one house party. There's so many cars on the street, it's a narrow street. I'm sure a fire truck wouldn't be able to get down it. And that was just one house party. The White's property, the Willows project, I believe, Tammy can confirm, but I believe that that property came with an access easement across the Coles backyard. And the fire and the original proposal was to have the driveway for the Willows project utilize that easement. And the fire marshal shut it down because that street is too narrow. And now you're talking about adding 9 units that's going to have their access on the very same street. That doesn't make sense to me. And my concern also is the fire hazard massing, putting all that mass in that one area. You know, we now know, Coffee Park, Marshall Fire, Paradise, 2 of those 3 towns had no fire hazard, or those 3 areas, they had 0 fire hazard. Currently, according to the Moritz map, the Nahor's Triangle is very low fire hazard. But those old models we now know were wrong. We know that they're wrong because we've seen all these communities burned to the ground with no vegetative matter. They were just housing massed together. And now you're proposing to mass housing together. We live in the wooey, where it's like we're smoking at the gas pumps. It's too late to undo what's already been done, but this is just making it worse. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Rusty.
Thank you. And thank you very much for everything you're doing, especially over the next coming 6 weeks. You've got a lot of work on your hands. And as you've said, because your time's short, it's critically important to focus on your priorities. And that's what I want to talk about, your priorities. I believe Laura mentioned that going forward, in her opinion, the priorities are density, setbacks, and height, getting those right. Density, setback, and height in this community raise the greatest fire hazard. They implicate the greatest need to get this right. And yet the fire marshal's not here. Why not? Why aren't we hearing from the fire marshal on the proposed zoning changes and the effect that they will have? CAL FIRE has identified land use, subdivision, and zoning as the most important first steps a community can take to address its wildfire hazard and risk. And yet, we're not applying the science or the learning or bringing the expertise that locally exists to advise us on how and what changes in our zoning we can make here. Your time is short. We're amending our safety element, not just our housing element. Why isn't the fire marshal here? Why aren't we hearing from him? You don't have time to waste. Let's get him in here. The reason that zoning matters for fire hazard is because the thermal energy that's released by a structure is so intense, the radiant flux and the convective flux so great from a structure fire that a structure that is less than 25 feet away cannot withstand it. It will ignite, no matter how hardened it is. Watch the testimony of Alex Marangides that I sent you this afternoon. Pay attention to what he says. Understand the effect of that on our community. One structure ignites, a structure 25 feet away is going to ignite. You're going to put 9 of those together, 15 feet apart, 12 feet apart, and yet no amount of hardening can prevent the spread of fire from one structure to another. You aggregate that population on roadways that aren't sized either for parking or evacuation. This is not a political question. This is not an aesthetic question. This is not NIMBYism. This is pure and simple physics. That's all it is, physics. And you need to pay attention to the physics. And you need to get expert advice. You need to get the fire marshal in here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've come to the end of all our hands up. Is that right? One more.
Hi, my name's Kevin Ford. I live at 235 Nathorst Avenue. We're right behind Roberts on that side of the property there. I won't repeat all the other comments that my neighbors, Tammy and Bill and Bob and others have already mentioned, other than just to try to stress again for you that this is a community-wide problem that we're dealing with. And I think we need a community-wide solution. I think the burden on the folks here on Applewood, Nathorst Triangle area is too high compared to the rest of the town. So I think we need to share this and make this a community-wide solution. I think the density proposed for our area is just unacceptable. It's just not consistent with our town. So I think we need to spread out the solution and come up with some better ideas, just in terms of equity and fairness. So that's my point. Thank you.
Okay, now I think we're at the end of our public comment. So we'll give a chance for Laura and Cara to answer as many questions as they can. I might chime in on some.
Okay, so at the very beginning, the chair made it clear that there's not going to be a vote tonight. We don't anticipate there being a vote until December 13th is our best estimate.
And it'll be on the whole package though, then. It's gonna be a
Yes.
lot, a big old thing.
It
that
would be a big
goes-
old thing.
Goes to,
So that would be a formal recommendation up to the town council. There's a question about the conceptual sketch that we showed tonight and the question about entrances and ingress and egress, and then the opt-in having two ways in or out. This is a great question. This came from Betsy. Thank you. There's two different concepts that are involved here. One in the opt-in is related to two ways in or out. What we're referring to there is that the road where the project takes access from, the actual public road, there's two ways to get. So it's not a dead end or a cul-de-sac or a street that only has one way in or out. So that's what we're talking about for the opt-in. For the conceptual sketch, there's one entry from the project onto Nathorst. So that's a different type of analysis. And in that case, it has to do mostly with fire district access and whether the fire district can meet their requirements to be able to serve that number of units. So when you have two entry points, two driveways onto a site, that's different than the road having more than one way in or out. On red page 23, there was a question about like the two different, there's language that referred to two different things. And one references wildfire and the other one didn't. That's just draft language. If the planning commission wanted to make recommendations on both of them referencing wildfire or not, that would be totally within the purview of the planning commission. There was a question about the minimum lot width and studying the creeks. And I didn't understand this question from Betsy, but if you want to reach out to me, I can try to offline. I can try to understand that question better and see if I can answer that for you. There's a question about when we're going to get HCD comments. We are expecting the formal letter from HCD on Wednesday, November 9th. I would guess that will come at the close of business on that day. We had been hoping to have a preliminary phone call or meeting with them about 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. They have postponed that communication, and we now expect to have that meeting with HCD on Monday the 7th and then receive formal comments on Wednesday the 9th. And we'll be releasing, if we get it during business hours on the 9th, we'll release it immediately out to the public. If we get it at the very close of business, we'll release it on Thursday morning. So everyone who signed up for the housing e-notify system will get that as soon as it comes out. There's discussion about restrictions on SB9 units, and I think these are important points for the Planning Commission to consider as you think about implementation of the opt-in rezoning. So one of the things that I think is important, and Kara can chime in if I'm getting this wrong, but my understanding of SB9 is that the property owner just has to indicate their intent. Not a requirement that they physically live there. They just have to say, I intend to live there from 3 years after the lot split. So if there was a development project and something still had to get built there, the time between the lot split and then you would go into construction on something and then that person actually living there would probably be, there would be no time left by the time you got to the end of that 3 years. So it's an interesting concept to consider owner occupancy, but we want to be thoughtful about how we're referring to SB9 and how we compare to that. And then Tim Clark made comments about the gateway designation, and I just wanted to let the Planning Commission know what our intention was when we drafted that section of the housing element based on the feedback from the town council. And we understood that for the Ladera Church site, they are not required to wait. They just have the option of waiting if they wish to go into a potential affordable housing development project with the town. So they have a couple of paths forward. They could either go forward through an affiliated housing project, or they could go forward using the base zoning, but they are not required to wait for the gateway development, like the overall planning of the gateway plan. So that's what we intended. Tim has given me this feedback that he thought that it was unclear. So our intention would be to make sure that language is clear in a further draft of the housing element for the planning commission and the council to look at.
Quick question, Chair, if I may. Wouldn't the Ladera Church qualify for some of the sort of concessions, or I'm not sure which words we're using, but that would affect things like parking and things like that, density bonuses?
Yes, depending on the nature of their project, they could qualify for a parking reduction under density bonus. There are also some specific laws that have come out over time related to development at churches that may also come into play depending on the nature of their proposal. And, so separate analysis would need to be done about those. Okay, there was a question about for the opt-in, and if I understood the question correctly, the question was, is it possible to increase the number of units beyond 12 units, and who has the authority to do that, or whether my position has the authority to do that? And the answer is no one has the authority to do that the way it's drafted now. There's a question about HOAs and whether they all allow ADUs in town. The state law has changed so that HOAs can't prohibit ADUs. There's some fine points in there, but in general, ADUs are allowed in HOAs. Ladera Church, the question was, why is it, if we want 9 or 10 units, why is it zoned for 20 units? It's not zoned for 20 units. It's zoned for 20 units per acre. It's a half-acre site, resulting in 10 possible units. Then there's a question about why the fire marshal is not here. And when are we going to be hearing from the fire marshal? The fire marshal knows that we're working on this. The fire marshal is working on fire code updates. And so we are expecting to receive recommendations from the fire marshal that we'll weave in. I believe I mentioned this at the last planning commission meeting. When the fire marshal was asked months ago, people are referring to the NIST study. You've heard that word a couple of times. The fire marshal was asked, to my knowledge, at the Wildfire Preparedness Committee about whether the building separation requirements should be implemented now. And at that time, he said they should not be implemented now. He said he was going to study it and they would be making recommendations. So they could be making recommendations specifically to the fire code. I think it's also possible that they could be making recommendations related to zoning. And as soon as they make those, we'll bring them forward and make that part of the conversation. The town manager and I meet with the fire marshal and the fire chief typically every other week so that we can coordinate on these different efforts that we're all working on. And then Cara, did you have anything else about SB9 that I may have missed in that? Okay, great, thank you. So I believe that I've covered the things that I thought were questions that are answerable, and happy to pick up with Betsy offline.
Yeah, and I understood Betsy's question about the width, that this is, the requirement in here is a width, which is along the frontage of the road like Alpine, but it didn't say anything about the depth. You just have setbacks. So if you have a skinny property and there's a scenic corridor setback and a creek setback, you might end up with only a sliver to build in, which is kind of what the Alpine Inn situation is, I think, but.
Yeah, I think that definitely could be what she was referring to. So thank you. And I'll follow up with her about that. Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's see, is there anything else? That's it, okay. Deliberation from the planning commissioners, us residents. Oh, I'm sorry. I had a couple other things of earlier questions that my team looked up along the way.
Oh,
Sorry
great.
about that.
Yep, great.
Okay, so a couple things. We were talking about findings for approval of a PUD. earlier, Commissioner Tark's question, and the approval of a PUD also relies on the CUP findings. But there's some language within the PUD requirements that we could refer to. Then we were talking about how many parcels we thought were on that purple map that may qualify for opt-in. This is a rough number, but the order of magnitude is about 150 parcels.
Okay, thank you. That's a good number.
We could get the exact number in the
No,
future. if
no,
you'd like.
that's solid. Work on rough numbers. Okay, thank you. Great. Can I start with you, John? Is that okay?
Sure. I've got my own items on here, but you also had a list of questions that some point you could bring up and I can try to respond to those.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'm happy to bring up the questions. And I think the way that this discussion has gone this evening, I would be very interested to hear where the commission is falling on this question of priorities and what you, and how we need to think about what needs to be completed when. So I would really benefit from hearing that first, and then I may give different advice about how we answer the other questions.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's an interesting one to start with. It's gonna- What's the minimum my question, if my answer becomes a question, what's the minimum we have to do to get through the state regulations to keep us from out of trouble? You know, if we can pare things down, that's okay. I think a hard decision to make regardless, so we may not be cutting off all that much, when all is said and done. In terms of the big
yeah.
discussions.
Could I also, through the chair, one of the things that we talked about from a staff point of view is trying to bring enough forward to help the planning commission and the public to visualize it.
Yeah.
And so the standards that we brought to you so far were the things that we thought were like the basics to try to do that. But based on the questions around like some of the affiliated housing details and those things, like maybe we really don't need to concentrate on those things because it's not the most pressing needs in terms of projects coming forward immediately. So I think that's the kind of feedback that might help, just kind of where are the commissioners at, that would help us to analyze what are the most important priorities legally.
Yeah, you're saying, I mean, of course, we have to do the ones you named that are required in the housing element to get that to pass. But then the next priority should be if there's projects that are kind of thinking about coming over or getting developed, they need to know what the rules are.
Right. And so let me give you an example, like kind of based on this discussion related to a public comment. Okay, so we've presented for you private open space. Okay, so private open
Oh, yeah.
space is a completely typical requirement for multifamily developments. Everywhere I've worked has some sort of requirement. The speaker's comment is a really interesting, relevant one that I thought about and talked to the team about. Do we need that amount of private open space in this community, given the fact that we have so much open space, and such wonderful trails?
Yeah.
So maybe private open space, we do not have to decide now. Maybe private open space is phase 2. Because if a project came in and didn't have, the worst case scenario, it came in and didn't have private open space, that's not a terrible consequence, perhaps. Yeah. Right, in your judgment. Yeah. So maybe we need to have a conversation kind of like that. Do you know what I mean? And my team could kind of analyze what are the things that could lead to more negative consequences and try to prioritize that way.
That'd be great.
What else is involved with that question on how to prioritize? I think that's where I'm trying to start. Are we all trying to deal with that one at a time, or are we gonna, and then go back to specifics?
Yeah, let's just quickly go through that
Okay.
and then come back to specific.
I guess I'm, this whole, I'm not sure where.
I thought we were all going to talk quickly on
Oh.
priorities and then we'll come back to specifics.
Yes.
All of us talk on priorities. What do you think
So,
about?
so the priority, so it was the whole massing and what it looked like, I think is on my list of what do I think we need help with and be able to show the public is to, if we're actually going to get close to this RENA thing, you know, what does it look like in terms of when we build out all of these or most of them in terms of the town, so that people kind of see what that looks like. That's kind of high on my list of, I don't know that it changes what we end up having to do from a zoning perspective, but I think it's something the public really wants and needs to see what this is going to end up being like.
Nicholas, you want to just talk on priorities, what you'd like to see, assuming that we're going to run out of time, what would you put earliest?
I think that the issues are probably issues of setback. I think the building separation is going to hopefully we'll actually have some direction from the marshal on that. So I am focused on that, but I think that that may be a TBD with technical advice. I think that the issue of mixed use right now, from my perspective, seems premature. And I don't object to it. I'm not sure that we've had enough discussion on it for people to really to feel comfortable with where it is. I agree with Laura that the issues of affiliated housing can probably stand pat at the moment. There's kind of some low-hanging fruit there that could be pruned, to mix a metaphor, but doesn't seem that complicated. I think that that's primarily where I am right now.
Great, thanks.
Well, it feels a little like I don't know whether I'm a chicken or an egg here. Like, I don't think it's for me to pick the priority here, because the question for me is, what do we need to get done by the 31st? And I'm not entirely clear. I hear the housing element. At one point, and I may be confused, I thought I heard the safety element, but the meeting I'm in the middle of watching the recording of, it doesn't project that to be ready first draft like February and then the summer. So is that, or is that not required before the 31st? Then no one's mentioned the general plan. So to me, there's like 5 or 6 different strings that I don't know which of those we have to have legally. And I'm pretty sure nobody really knows, because these are new laws and new frameworks. But it's very difficult to pick the priorities when I would say what I want is, the low hanging fruit on the affiliates. That does sound logical to me, but is that going to be required? Because that seems also the thing that's going to be easiest to demonstrate to HCD is very practical. On the other hand, 4370 and 40, well, the two Alpine properties, one of them hasn't stepped forward and says, I'm planning to develop. Does that actually materially impact our ability to make a filing that is compliant by the 31st? And what would it take to get there? I don't know. And so it's really hard to pick. And I know these zoning regulations are going to be very intertwined. So the way I would think about it framework wise is, maybe Laura, as you talk with your colleagues early next week and get some feedback on best practices, maybe that can inform some of what most people are thinking has to come together. And then maybe we can go from there. In the absence of that, though, I think, affiliated housing to me seems easier to solve. So, maybe that's something we can delay if it won't impair our housing element submission. On the things like opt-in versus SB 9, I've always been opposed to the opt-in, and I think it needs a lot more work. I understand why the committee put it out there and the council wants it, but I do think there's more work on what that looks like to get the people in town to understand what that is. And I do think a lot of the diagramming of the massing that has been requested collectively, both the concentration and Nat Horse, and what that actually looks like if it gets built out, would be really helpful. It would give people something to react to, and then we can probably figure out which areas to kind of maybe put for stage 2. So I think that could be helpful. And then I really do think getting the fire marshal and getting input on the safety, because if we have to back up and reconfigure some of this for safety, which should be a priority, we would probably want to know that sooner rather than later. So I'd prioritize that, I guess. I'll stop there.
Right.
So as long as the affiliated housing stuff can be sort of added in later, I'm fine on delaying it. I mean, my understanding is the zoning that we have to get done to meet the housing element requirements. So the main thing I'm going to be looking for is how can we build flexibility into the decisions we make. Much like we did with the sunrise clause, I think, the more flexibility we can build into this thing, the more it gives us some time to figure out stuff. And it also just gives the whole system some time to potentially settle. So I definitely like to push on that. And then if we're going to do this opt-in thing, I think we need to get enough structure around that so that it's clear if somebody wants to apply for it, what they're applying. And again, if we can do what we're doing in affiliate housing, which we can wait on some of that and slip it in, okay, but if in January, somebody can apply for one of these things and they're going to come before the planning commission, we better have some structure to be able to analyze their requests. So I'm a little, not ambivalent, but I guess I don't completely understand what we need to do to get that defined well enough. But it seems to be something along that opt-in stuff needs to get defined well enough. So I mean, I'm fine with this idea of prioritizing. It seems like a good one. So I think, thanks for pushing that. But like I said, I think to me, the zoning and trying to make sure we're thoughtful about the zoning is going to be the key.
It would seem like HPV actually gives us the information next week. That might do something to tell us some priorities.
It might shift us around a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
could
I
easily-
mean, when I set the schedule, I thought we would have comments,
I know.
preliminary comments the week of October 10th.
Okay, I'm definitely want to prioritize for what really has to be in to get a compliant housing element, to not take a risk on the builder's remedies. And let me put it in a different category. If there's someone, a homeowner or business developer, anybody that wants to develop under a category that we didn't flesh out, and we have to tell them, gee, we are so sorry, but we don't have that all worked out, and we have to delay their project. I'd rather take that hit than the one with the risk on the builder's remedy. I know you're on the front line of that, but you can send me to go tell them that we don't have it worked out yet. and
But
we have
Ann, what does that mean?
wait
Like,
a couple-
I don't mean what does it mean if somebody shows up, we have a law in place and we say, but we don't know what the law means?
We don't know all the parameters around affiliated housing, for example, which is actually, I thought of it when you brought that up.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think we just need to be pretty careful about which ones we pick to delay. But you know what I mean? And like, I don't think you can just tell somebody, oh, sorry, we'll get to you later. Like if it's the law, they're going to say, but I want it, now. So we're going to have to be a little more detailed on how we approach that, I think.
Yeah, I think through the chair, there's something about, if there's going to be a delay, it should be on the things that we already have more local control and authority over, like affiliated housing. Yeah. The base zoning, we have a lot less control because of all the myriad of housing laws. And so, I mean, maybe that's the way that we can analyze it. And maybe we can simplify what we're providing to you and focus on the things that we think provide the most potential risk for either builder's remedy or a project that came in really early in the housing element cycle, and we didn't have everything else drafted yet. So that's probably not affiliated housing because we have so much control over affiliated housing. Yeah, exactly. Right. And depending on how we structure opt-in, it's probably not opt-in, but it probably is the most, like we've been saying, the most basic parts of the zoning code. I'm just trying to kind of process and try to, do you know what I mean? Analyze and think about how else to think about this. I'm just thinking, Cara, it feels like a exercise that we could do to kind of go in together and think about what we've got drafted. We're already going to be working with Monica and her team on some additional modeling. We're going to be modeling some density bonus stuff for you. We're going to provide some more analysis on that. We're going to be doing a little bit more modeling on the things that you've already asked us for. So it feels like that's a good area of focus right now so that you could weigh in on the issues of setback and height and intensity from that. And then we would be working with the fire marshal in the meantime to try to get his recommendations to weave into that. So we wouldn't have to double back on that discussion and analysis. There was also a couple of things that came up in your comments that I would really like to address. I know it's so late, but I just want to make sure people are kind of on the same page with this. And it has to do with what has to be done when. Okay, so the safety element is on a separate schedule. So the law says that we have to be doing it, and I think the word is concurrently, but basically the law says we need to be doing it at the same time, but there's not a law that says that we have to finish it. The same way there's a law that says we have to finish the housing element by a certain time. In fact, many other communities around us have barely started their housing elements. And so
Their safety elements.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Their safety elements. Please correct me if I say it wrong. I'm really, so a lot of places are just getting started on our safety element. We're trying to propose a schedule that allows the committees to work for a couple of months. So that's what you were referring to, I think, Commissioner Haskell. What has to be done by the end of January, our best interpretation of the laws, is the housing element itself, adoption by the council. General plan, the minor general plan amendments for conformance with the housing element.
Okay, good. That was one of my lists. So the
Has
first
to be
pass
done.
of the draft changes in the general.
Yes,
Oh, good. Okay.
and the CEQA analysis. Okay, those things, those three things have to go together because you can't adopt a housing element that's inconsistent with your general plan. And you can't adopt an amendment to any aspect of your general plan without CEQA analysis. So those three things for every community have to go together.
Okay. Yep.
Then the zoning code, we've presented our analysis to council, and our recommendation was to do the zoning at the same time to preserve the local control. And we've talked about some of the implications of that. Therefore, that also has to go with the same package. The mitigated negative declaration that was just released last week analyzes all of those things. Housing element, safety element, general plan amendments for conformance, and zoning code amendments are all in there based on everything that, you know what I mean, has been established so far. So those are the pieces that have to go together. I'll speak just for a moment on the general plan amendments because I know there's a lot of concern in the community around this. We have analyzed the general plan to different sections and come up with very minor amendments that are just for conformance. So it's not major policy changes other than policy changes that are already in the draft housing element. The way that we're going to present that is, and we think it will, we've really talked a lot about it. And we're going to present it in a format that will have all of the existing general plan and a red line strikeout and an explanation of why. And you'll see that it's really a very minor number of amendments. The biggest ones are in the land use element. And then we have to amend the map that goes with the general plan and some smaller amendments in some other sections. So we've done a lot of the analysis on that, and we'll be releasing that out into the public before you get it in your packet, so that people have a chance to look at it. You can look at it and the public can look at it in advance. So that's coming, and relatively soon. You know what I mean? We'll have a product on that for everybody to look at. Yeah.
Yes, so when we talk about modifying the general plan here too, it's not like we're opening up the entire general plan. I'm reiterating some of what you're saying. We're not opening up the general plan. You know, it's not going to be dealt with. We're dealing with the pieces that have to change in order to accommodate the legally required housing element.
Yes.
So it's not as easy if those changes in the general plan are going to have a lot of debate, because it's already, they have to conform to the legally required housing element.
The content of the amendments are going to be required legally to comply with the housing element. If there's any debate, it would be just on the words that we use. But the purpose of it is already encapsulated by what the housing element says. There's no new policy questions.
So just since we're sort of having open discussion on these pieces, when we have these minor general plan modifications, are we going to do some kind of public outreach to make sure that we give the public a chance to comment on unintended consequences? Because I hear what the intent is, which is just to do the minimum, and that these are all minor. But you know, the whole point of the general plan was it was this carefully crafted thing, and so I would hope we can use sort of the community to be our sounding board to say, well, wait a minute, you know, are these unintended consequences that you can think about? And just, you know, use the broader community to help us think through that. Because I understand what we have to do, but I want to make sure we do it in a way. And when you say it's just words, it makes me a tiny bit nervous, because I mean, of course it's just words, but if we put the wrong words in there, then we may end up with consequences that we didn't expect.
I understand your point. It's well taken. This is the process. We're doing it.
But there's going to be plenty of time for the public. I mean, the public's going to get to see it. As Laura said, she's going to release it even before a meeting. So to the extent people.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't sure where the general plan was in the.
That's what she was talking about.
No, I understand that, but where was it in the calendar? Which day was that? Yeah, Wednesday, yeah.
It's to be November 30th is what I expect it to be.
Okay.
That meeting. So I would expect we'll release it well in advance of that.
And CEQA is our next meeting in 2 weeks, I think.
Correct.
Okay, that sounds good. How about if we just go around for a few minutes with each commissioner and give thoughts to Laura on sort of big things that you wish staff would revise or think about on these zoning topics. Go back to you, John. I think we were starting with you before we went to priorities.
So I don't know that they're major. So I had various answers to some of her questions, but I don't think they fall into your bucket of, do we have to talk about it now?
Okay.
So I don't think, I'm thinking you're asking for something different than I have.
Okay, good. Let's go on to other people and then, but if you think of something as we go. Nicholas, you want to go?
Yeah, I think that I have. I'll go again. And that is in terms of the zoning, I think we do need to prioritize among those things that we must do. I think we probably could stand pat on the affiliated housing. I think we could stand pat on the opt-in, though I don't much care for it. And really the the issues that I see are the two Narehurst Triangle properties. And I think that the best we can do is to simplify as much as we can, focus on issues of setback with respect to the mixed use. I would not make it a mixed use at this point in time and maybe do a rejoinder, move forward there. The issue of the general plan is something that is giving me some pause. I'd like to have more time rather than less on that. My wish would be to have a crosswalk developed, identifying the line in the housing element that is generating the modification to the GP, and to see how it trickles through, because there's going to be a big ripple for most of the items, at least I would anticipate. And if that could be drawn out in a table or matrix, that would make my life, and I would think others, much easier in trying to digest what it is that we've done and why we've done it, and help identify where those changes can actually be found. So, and that's my my general view. And I'm going to be looking to the town attorney to tell me that the MND is legally sufficient, so that I can focus on plannerly aspects of it rather than other.
Sounds good. Judith? Sure, I generally agree with all of those. And I'm just gonna rattle off because I didn't organize these. Like I had them written down, but then we we went to the priorities. So some general comments, Laura, that you may end up disregarding in the short term or not. I do think if we're doing new zoning, you were looking at, findings that we might want to make. And I did like the idea of looking at the CUP and the PUD. So I would be open to looking at those as examples of findings that might be useful. I think it would be a good thing to have them. In terms of the opt-in, I think we have some work to do there. Even if the SB9 owner occupancy was maybe more theoretical protection, I still have some concern about not having something like that. That I think the committee and the council already decided that that was not going to be appropriate. But then how does it work? The more mechanical pieces of it. Is it a race? Is it a lottery? How does it work? I think the public needs to understand the process because it's going to be randomly occurring over 150 parcels. So I have concerns about that. We'd like to really drill down. Minor comment in those section E and D that Betsy brought up. Why not put wildfire in both? And I thought those line items, they were kind of already inherent in a lot of those other like big picture bullet points there. So we'll stay tuned and see what the next iteration looks like there. Yeah, mapping this onto the fire safety analysis is something that's really important to me to understand. So staying tuned for the fire marshal input and understanding how that would impact the zoning we most likely have to do, separation, that type of thing. Very important to me to understand that. Then going to some of the comments that were made. I mean, I do want people to understand, we hear them on the neighborhood of Nathorst and the surroundings of that area that's concentrated. I want that to be something that people understand as this is discussed going forward. You know, the diagrams to make sure people really understand what's being asked of that area will be important. Nearly done. Base, okay, we can do that. Oh, and I want to make sure that all of the comments that were submitted at noon are going to be factored in to the next steps and make sure that, you know, there was a proposal for, you know, on the buffer and questioning it, and also on a proposal for 4370 zoning. I don't know if that could work. I don't know legally if it is, but I do want to make sure that since we put everything on the table that people are concerned about and kind of have a response at some point. I know it might take some work, so I'm not looking for that immediately. I'll stop there.
Great, sounds good. Okay, and for me, I have always liked the opt-in with the 12 unit limit. I wish it was not a CUP. I would like to go back to the objective reviews, but maybe that's in a big minority there. I do like adding the SB9 restrictions. Your point, I agree that the owner occupancy seems so unenforceable, or people could just fib. But I think there was one that was, you couldn't do 2 lots next to each other. I kind of like that.
Yeah, under SB9, you can't have 2 SB9 lots next to each other.
So I'd like that here, although I guess if we have some standards or a CUP that would reduce that. I'd still like to see, I like having plenty of parking so that people don't park other places, but the speaker talked last time about Ladera doing shared parking. I really like that. Is there no way to work that into the guidelines right up front and say, if you share parking, you know, or if you can come with an agreement about shared parking, we'll cut you a break on the parking?
We have shared parking, but it's not exactly like a modern version of shared parking. It's kind of like a older version, but we can take a look at it and see if that could apply. Yeah.
And I'm in favor of still keeping the mixed use now that we've made it AP plus housing. I like that. You know, something, I'm glad there's the bike thing in there, but I say we don't spend any more time. You guys copied language from other people. Like for now, that's good enough. If we want to get really big on bikes, we can do that later. I'd still like to see, we talked about in the table trying to do something with the density bonus. I heard information from one speaker that I don't think was right or realistic. So I'd like everybody to understand what really might be built. And, you know, you only get the big density bonus if you build it all low income. And that seems unlikely. The speaker Karen talked about the patios. I'm just more of a libertarian. I was surprised that patios get defined as having to be in there. I'm like, no, if the developer wants to put in patios, why doesn't he or she do it? And if not, fine by me. And then the point that we've got a lot of open space seems good. So I'd be in favor of taking that out unless there's some legal requirement. And I also have an issue with the 30% slope. When we did the revision on the ADU ordinance, you know, it's just so, as the speaker said, you know exactly what counts as 30%, the whole thing. Or I used to give the example, like you got a perfectly flat lot, but a little berm this big, you know, that wouldn't trip you over, would it? Okay, that's my comments.
Can I add one thing? The parking on Nat Horace is a serious issue, and I was assuming that the fire marshal like opining on that because, and I'm still a little confused about the ingress egress question because Nat Horace is one way out and there's one driveway. So in the future, maybe we can clarify what is going to be required and why in terms of ingress egress.
Well, I could put some in.
Yeah. Now that you see what we've talked about, okay, good. You've got ones better than that. Go ahead.
I do, but I was just gonna wait and Go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry.
It's,
gosh.
it's all right. I know,
I'll
I'm sitting,
let Craig
I'm
go.
sitting down here at the end. It's
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, go ahead, Craig.
I mean, I don't have a lot. I mean, I think I agree with most of what my fellow commissioners said. I just want to emphasize, I'm going to be looking for whatever we can do to make our zoning flexible. So, you know, once we start writing stuff up, I'm going to try to look for that. And then the other question, I mean, we sort of talked about the fire marshal. It's also, we have fire maps. I mean, you know, one of the things that we talked about when we got all the committees together, just sort of talk about how we were going to move forward on the safety element, was maybe just thinking of, you know, if the whole town is sort of considered high fire danger, how does that impact the stuff? And I wouldn't mind trying to look at the housing element with that in mind, and particularly when we get comments back from the fire marshal. To sort of see, because I don't think we're going to get to the position where we're going to say, well, we're just not going to do any building like that. I mean, I hear that comment of like, well, we didn't do a good job before, but we can't increase it. But people have property rights. And I mean, I think we've got to find ways to do it. So I'd say let's find a way to do it as safely as we can. But I really would like to get fire marshal's comments on this stuff. I mean, it would sure make a lot of this stuff, even if it's not a definitive final answer, even if it's just like general direction of here's where we're headed and here are the consequences of it, would be useful. Because if we're headed for something where you go, you know, look, what we're going to get out of the fire marshal eventually is so far from what we're talking about that we're never going to be able to reconcile it, then we should stop. Whereas if you go, yeah, okay, we don't know exactly what they are and they're not perfect, but they're close enough that it feels like we'll be able to find, you know, some kind of compromise to make it work, then that's okay. So that's the main thing I'd be looking from the fire marshal. Like I said, even if it's not definitive, it's just some kind of feedback. And then, you know, if we're going to do this opt-in stuff, I think at a minimum, we need to do sort of like we did with the ADUs of putting some findings on it about impact to the neighbors. You know, because I mean, that's sort of what this, you can't do two lots at the same time. I mean, that's one example of that in a broader context, but just generally, we tried to be mindful of, if you're going to put an ADU in, that there was some way to incorporate some feedback from the neighbor. Because a lot of times it's like a tweak would make a huge difference. So it's not, no, you can't do this at all. But if you just moved it over 5 feet, it would be significantly different. And that's the kind of stuff I would hope that we make sure we incorporate in that kind of opt-in program. Because I am a little bit worried. It's not what Nicholas and I originally proposed. I mean, originally it was multiple projects are going to show up at once and we'll be able to sort of vet them against each other. And this sounds more like it's whoever gets a project to us first, we're going to review it. And I don't know what standards we're going to use to review these things. So it feels worrisome to me. So I think that's what I got for now. We certainly have a lot of work in front of us.
At a somewhat lower level. On red page 19, you asked questions down at the bottom. A1, what kind of things are we looking for the list? So list for the, so this is red page 19. Are we looking for things like the benefits to the town? Some expectations of who's going to actually utilize this housing? And what do we know about how it will help us with RENA? And then I think you're on red page 20 under findings. I think findings in my mind just end up being referring back to the first two sections, you know, the purposes and the applicability. And our findings need to reflect that it meets the purpose and applicability. So that seems pretty straightforward to me.
So John, are these all things related to affiliate housing that you're talking about?
Those ones, those two were, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she had a specific question about.
Yeah, right. And I thought we were sort of punting on that for now because we decided we were going to do it.
But we
I
came back
agree.
then.
I agree with your points. They're fine. I just generally wasn't discussing affiliate housing in detail.
Okay.
So no. I just want to make sure that we will come back to this. Hopefully, this is not the end time for talking about affiliate housing.
I would like, in terms of housing units, that we have the flexibility to do something that we're not locked out of trading with other towns. in terms of how it's worded.
Oh, yeah.
I don't necessarily know how to do it. I just want to make sure we're not locked out, that there's some sort of exception process. I think on the opt-in zoning, when that came up, I actually said we shouldn't bother to submit it upwards because I thought it wasn't well defined enough. So I'm not a real fan of it. I do think if it's gonna if we're gonna leave it in though, and I think that's what our town council has told us we should do, that it needs incentives. It's got to be better than SB9 or, what's the point? And I don't think we've talked at all about incentives. We've talked about how it gives us more control, but it's like, okay, I've been all for having more control, but it's got to do something. So we got to give somewhere to make it worthwhile. People do it. But the limited trial run approach sort of helps deal with that, right? Which is, okay, we're really not quite sure what we're doing here. If we can put it in as a limited trial run, then that sounds like a good idea because we put it in our housing element. So let's make sure we got an out. So kind of that flexibility, I think that Craig was talking about, if we have to have it in there. What else do we have? I totally approved of switching it back to those. So I think I'm okay with the mixed use zone. But having it map against AP, which is what's currently there, I think is exactly the right answer for that. So that was a question we had. I thought the questions about the consistency on some of the fire regulations, applicable regulations and all that, people have already said that makes sense in terms of what's there. So it was, the consistency of the wording on fire, get those in the right order. And then you had a question somewhere, I couldn't find it, was I was flipping through here and listening, about what number should we be doing for low-income housing? That was somewhere in here. What percentage? Yeah, where did that fit?
It was if affiliated housing sites were going to be allowed to increase their density, what should that relationship be to affordability?
It's a density bonus, basically.
It's kind of like I hate to say density bonus because that usually refers to the state law, but it's kind of saying, if you're doing a project and you wanted to increase the density, how much of affordable units would that have to be?
Without quite knowing what it means, I'd be tempted to say, how do we make it consistent? Is that a 20% number?
That's the trigger statewide, isn't it?
Yeah, so maybe we just need to, now that we're talking about deprioritizing some of the affiliated housing details, maybe we don't need to work those things out right now. So I think we need to think about too how.
So the state 20% density, the density bonus would not apply to affiliated housing?
Let's see. Depends on how it was structured.
Okay, so this is a corner case of if it's not otherwise allowed by state, do we want to layer on?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can add that later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not prioritize that.
Okay, so all this feedback is helpful on the specifics. I think probably the most important thing that we've heard is related to the priorities for the zoning and making sure people can understand them, and that we've got some diagrams, right? And that we're focused on the standards that are most important to create those building envelopes, and that we have feedback from the fire marshal in doing so. That feels like kind of the most important thing.
And Laura, I frankly didn't follow the mixed use versus what's the alternative proposal that Nicholas was talking about, I think 4370. So I will have an opinion. I just wasn't sure where that came from and what the difference was. So would like to understand that.
Okay, so the draft housing element says mixed use, right? So that's
Yeah.
what that was
Yeah.
recommended by the committee.
Yep.
And went through to council. I mean, there does seem to be like, there's some discussion around whether it should be limited to residential. There's implications though for the existing office uses becoming legal non-conforming and losing local serving office space. So I think that that's still an important issue, but I would encourage you to all continue to think about, you know what I mean, those kind of concepts about if you have any different recommendations that you would want to send up to council
Mhm.
on this. I think that would still be valuable. So we're gonna, for now, continue to go in the direction of the mixed use because that's what we've got, but try to think through the questions that you've raised and how different proposals might pan out there.
So one specific question I might have is, we saw that, proposal that had been penned up by a couple of the residents and, would the zoning we're talking about accommodate that? Because, is bottom line is if they went through and that was a proposal and they raised the money, which, I mean, there's no way that's going to happen before January, but at least making sure that if we put through this mixed use zoning, that if that's something that they all agree on, that would be okay. If that meets our numbers and I'd just like to make sure that that's an okay thing.
So is there anything you want us to do for homework before our next 1 or 2 meetings? Besides study the packet that comes out?
The
2 days
draft
before?
EIR is out, you have your homework.
Like I said, some homework in
Yeah,
there.
so the mitigated negative declaration is
Yeah.
out. And so, that's a big document, that's a big undertaking. That meeting is, the format of that, for those of you that participated, is similar to the Stanford EIR format, where your meeting is serving as the public comment opportunity for members of the public to hear a presentation, hear an explanation, and provide comments. And so that's a major function. And then you have the opportunity to give comments as well, but mostly we are hosting the public to come give their comments at that meeting. And then we just have to kind of regroup amongst my team and think about it. I think focusing on what's most important is the thing to do. And we've been trying to do that, but I'm gonna really drill down at least 2 more levels on what's most important. And then if you have individual questions as you're working on this, please reach out to me and we can schedule some meetings to have conversations in between. Because I think that's going to be really important as we continue through this.
And then the housing element meeting is gonna be Thursday next week, is that right?
Yeah, I'm going to confirm it tomorrow, but we expect it to be next Thursday.
So
the 10th.
Nicholas and I are members of that committee, but maybe everybody else wants to listen so that you're up to speed on what changes, if any, because we're really gonna have to scramble if the state rained on part of our parade, right? We will have to, I don't know what the procedure is, but the housing element committee's got to come up with new sites, or the town council, and then we got a zone for those.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how it goes next week with HCD.
The 10th, at an unusual time, it's at 6.
Yeah, we're going to do it in the evening. So we'll put out some more communications around it. We're trying to finalize the timing, trying to figure out when the HCD meeting was going to be, and then set that meeting date. So at least those things are set finally.
Okay, good. Oh, good luck, Laura. Wow, this is so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, so now we have 2 more agenda items. Are we done with this one?
Yeah, we have minutes. We're done with this one.
Okay.
So if there's any members of my team, thank you. Good night. We'll be in touch.
Yeah, hello,
Bye,
wake
Carla.
up, everyone. Let's see. We have room for, is it staff reports? I'm having trouble finding them.
Yeah, if there's commission reports.
Yeah.
Any commission reports?
No.
Okay. Any staff reports?
No.
Okay, good. So we have meeting minutes from September 7th and October 19th. These are the abbreviated minutes, as people point out. I don't like. So does anybody have comments to make on the September 7th meeting minutes? Any members of the public have comments they'd like to make on the September 7th meeting minutes?
Rita
we have
has her
Rita.
hand up. I don't
Hi,
know.
Rita, go ahead.
Yes, they are. They abbreviated minutes, so they don't actually reflect the comments of the residents or the people on the commission. So the public that's not here, like right now, there's only 22 people, just based on what I'm looking at. But there are almost 4,500 people in this town. And this doesn't work for the rest of the residents. These are big things, big issues that are being pushed through. Tonight's a perfect example of it. And, I will say it for both sets of minutes, so I don't have to say this again when you bring up the next set. But our town is called Portola Valley. It is not called the Planning Commission. We seem to be able to hire people for other things. Let's hire somebody to do thorough minutes or just transcribe them. These are really important issues. I don't see how we can have the housing element meeting next week without thorough minutes.
Great, thank you.
And is there any update on this? I mean, other than it's sitting with town council? Because I mean, Judith and I both have had this comment multiple times. So I'm completely sympathetic to this point of view, which is, I find these minutes unacceptable. So what's the next step on this? We just need to go lobby the council. Is that where we're at?
Let me check in with the town manager on what step we'd like to take next.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest that at a minimum, we were doing the Zoom all-inclusive mistake-filled version, but at least if people are visually inclined, it's better than nothing, right? That prevents me from having to do 4 or 5 hours. I can skim through and to the right part. Maybe that's something it can backfill, I assume, but that's present. So I would really encourage us to try and make those available. These are important moments in town, and you kind of want to know the context. So I'll leave it to you to continue that discussion.
Yeah, so they're searchable and they're definitely something you can jump around in. And video is almost impossible to do that.
Well, certainly from a future perspective.
Well, we can just go back and do all the past one. I mean, if all you're going to do is just do a raw transcription, and I thought what we talked about was not, including them as an addendum. It's not saying like this is the formal thing, because there were mistakes in them. And I get it because it's automatic translation. So, but they're still incredibly useful when you're trying to understand what happened in the meeting. And I think that's Rita's point. I know that's Judith and my point is we want people to be able to understand what happened at the meetings. And so I'd be okay, like we can go figure out what we could do to get back to closer to what we had. But if all it was just a raw translation, it'd be better than what we have now. And if it's just attached as a unofficial transcript, I'm okay with that too, but it still would get people the information they need.
I prefer that too.
So,
Through the chair, for what it's worth, I made the same suggestion to the town manager.
yeah, so have I. So, yeah, I think we all have. So yeah, if you could follow up and let us know. And if we need to sort of meet with them personally to remind them where we stand on this, we're happy. Because I'm not trying to put more work on you. I mean, this doesn't feel like a planning director's problem. So I'm happy for you just to check in and you could give us an answer back. I'm not looking for you to solve this problem. If there's not a solution that's close to what we're talking about, all I need to hear from you is, you know what, you need to start talking with the manager, and I'll be happy to do that. Because I want to save you for the real planning issues that we need to deal with. That you're not busy enough.
We also have Christy Corley with her hand up.
Yes, go ahead, Christy.
Thank you. I
September
was
7 minutes topic.
Yes, I was so happy to hear that the 3 planning commissioners actually care about getting the public recorded, because our names are only listed and you don't record what we said anymore. So I'm so excited to hear this. I can't tell you how excited I am to just take the people's comments, write them out, and let the rest of the whole town read the 10 of us, the 5 of us that actually go to these 4-hour meetings because we care. And when they see the bulldozers coming and they see the changes that we've been attending, we've been commenting, but you're not allowing us to comment. And you're not allowing us to really express what the rest of the residents may feel. They don't have time, they have young kids. I get that, but you know, we're kind of retired, our kids are out. Let us do it for them and just listen. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Christy. Okay, do I have a motion to approve these abbreviated minutes?
I would move to approve both the minutes of September 7th and October 19th.
Do I hear a second?
I will second that.
Take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Targ,
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor,
Aye, with the reservation stated.
Commissioner Wilson,
The same. Aye, with reservation.
Vice Chair Golden,
Aye.
Chair Koffstil.
Aye.
I'll
Do we
make
have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a second on that.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you
Bye,
for-
Nicholas.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for.
Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the
Bye.
public that's still hanging in there.
Yeah.
It's-